resolved not to run, but to take a stand, saying, if the foundations are destroyed, what can the righteous do? Today we see the foundations undermined all around us. What shall we do, Lord? Shall we fight or shall we flee? Should we stand or should we fall? David tells us why he stood, and I quote, "The Lord tests the righteous, but the wicked his soul hates." The Apostle Paul tells us, and I quote, not to be overcome by evil, but to overcome evil with good, in Romans 12:21. Today, Lord, our generation stands as heirs to a nation and a legacy suitable for a king, the United States of America. Therefore, help us, Lord, to encourage one another and to trust in the one who knows from beginning to end. This is our time, rife with our challenges. Inspire us, strengthen our resolve, show us the way, and grant us the wisdom to follow in it, that we may be the victorious rather than the victims, standard bearers of the righteousness of God. Amen. And if you'd all please stand together with me, and we will ask our brother John Dixon to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, John.
Let's do this together.
Yes.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So welcome one and all to our summit today, our leadership summit seminar today, and our battle to save our nation of America, battle for America. The national anthem. Let's invite our sister Carol to come up and sing the national anthem, please.
Sing with me.
Whenever you want.
Okay.
See by the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets that there, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Thank you, Carol. Thank you, Carol. Thank you. Please be seated. Again, you'll see in your folder a long list of participants. Typically, we like to go around and give everybody a minute or two to introduce themselves, but that would put us an hour behind schedule. So what I'd like to do is just acknowledge and recognize two very special folks. I'm not sure if she's here yet with us today, but Dr. Sen. Dr. New, please stand and be recognized. His bio is in the folder. Let's give him a warm welcome. Thank you. And we'll be hearing more from you later also. And then our luncheon keynote speaker, Terry Tolosco. Please stand and let's welcome Carrie. Carrie will be speaking later. And I think Rushan Abbas will be joining us soon. She's also, you'll see her bio there as well. She's listed there, and we're looking forward to inviting them back for future conferences. So as you see the list of participants, please be sure to reach out, network with folks that are here today, meet them, connect with them, and many of the folks that are here can bring great value to the work that you're doing as well. So please do meet folks that are your fellow participants today. We're now going to show a video before we introduce our speakers and hear an introduction. So go ahead.
To America. 25 ways the U.S. is being destroyed in under 2 minutes. 1. Open borders and illegal immigration. 2. Rampant crime and unsafe cities. 3. Mass addiction and fentanyl. 4. Election insecurity and interference. 5. The educational indoctrination of children. 6. The asymmetrical weaponization of justice. 7. The destruction of private property rights. 8. Inflation and debt. 9. The global depopulation agenda. 10. Record low fertility and plummeting birth rates. 11. Unaccountable federal bureaucracies. 12. Toxic food supply. 13. Vaccine and pandemic disinformation. 14. The trans-contagion and sterilization of children. 15. Overprescription of pharmaceuticals. 16. Destruction of the nuclear family and parental rights. 17. DEI and the new racism. 18. Moral and societal decay. 19. The financing of endless foreign wars. 20. The sprawling surveillance state. 21. The centralization and consolidation of government power. 22. The destruction of trust in institutions. 23. The censorship industrial complex. 24. State media propaganda. 25. The smearing of those who challenge it.
Certainly very sobering, but we can see we definitely have our work cut out for us, which is why we're all here today. So thank you again for coming, and we're going to attack these problems head on today and going forward. I would now like to invite our presenters today, Dr. Frank Kaufman and Dr. David Burgess, and you'll find their bios in your folder as well. And I'm just going to read them for you. Dr. Frank Kaufman comes from a long history of international peace leadership and from a background in scholarly activism. In the latter arena, he is the founding director and editor-in-chief of the Wikipedia alternative New World Encyclopedia. Dr. Kaufman's experiences in the areas of war and in the forefront of digital research led him to realize that a free and healthy future for all depends on American patriots turning back current forces hostile to America's founding ideals. Dr. Kaufman founded the Settlement Project in 2020 in response to a spike in clear and open attacks on America, especially from within. Dr. Kaufman, through the Settlement Project, organizes, writes, travels, eats, and sleeps the mission to protect, honor, and rebuild a strong and healthy America. Dr. David Burgess is the Education Director for the Settlement Project. Dr. Burgess received his Master of Arts degree from International Studies in Comparative Religion and his PhD in Critical Theory from the University of Washington. Dr. Burgess serves as founding Literature and Politics Editor at the New World Encyclopedia, has served since 2005. Dr. Burgess leads and has led several national and international organizations involved in social and political leadership, education, and mobilization, committed to interracial and intergenerational harmony and collaboration. Dr. Burgess currently advises the Settlement Project in the areas of philosophy, ideology, and the academy. Let's So with that, let's give them both a warm welcome. And on that note, we're going to invite Dr. Kaufman to come up and share with us a few words about our meeting today and give us a sense of where we're going in our gathering today. Dr. Kaufman, please come up.
It's there. It's with the Word document. Not that. It's a Word. Thanks. Good, thanks.
I failed to mention his comments are also in your folder. You might find them in there on the left-hand panel.
Yeah, so in the folder is a single sheet, a two-sided sheet that introduces what this program is today. David and I, this is the fourth city. We first started this seminar in Los Angeles, followed by San Francisco. We were in Columbus, Ohio 2 weeks ago or last week, I can't remember. And so what we would ordinarily do is Carl would finish his introductions and David would get up and start speaking, and the first words you'd hear is some obscure French philosopher, and people would have the rest of the morning to kind of figure out, what am I doing here exactly? So this is the first time we've added an introduction to contextualize what this seminar is about and why. And for those who have never been to Settlement Project meetings, to say just a word about who and what the Settlement Project is. So these seminars are being very well received. We're growing a big family because what tends to be at our meetings, they're not meetings of large crowds or large gatherings, they're meetings of leaders, people that already have influence over a particular subsection of society, or they lead people themselves. The reception is good, and so this word is gaining traction. So I'm very happy to report that. What the Settlement Project was founded in 2020, and it came as a demand. I'm sure many of you have these moments in your life where something comes on you and you must do it. In the middle of 2020, there were two things that kind of overtook me, and one was that to me there was clear and evident, overt, open preparation to tamper with the legitimacy of the 2020 presidential election, or not only like the entire election in 2020. It seemed too clear to me what was going on, and I didn't see enough being done to prepare or to prevent it, and that caused me great worry or great concern. The other thing was after the 4 years of a prior presidency, America seemed to have fallen into such a bad rift that I'm old, I've lived America for all the decades of my life. I've never seen the enemy from within, like almost predominantly from within. And these two things were what forced me or compelled me to found the Settlement Project. I long for, I hope it's not nostalgia, it's forward-looking. I long for a simple, common-sense America where people are decent to each other, can disagree with each other, help each other in need, don't have, the taste of the air is hostile and fragile now. So the idea of being settled, is that there's something more important than superficial differences, even extreme political differences, that the welfare of our country and its people, you could count on even the person with whom you disagreed most, that when it comes to the safety of our country and the welfare of our people, we wouldn't go below that. That has been lost. And so the idea of settlement means to get settled. What did I write? I wrote, Americans should never have one another as enemies, and it's getting near that. And so settlement is to get back to where we have a base we can count on as Americans. Let me see. with the rise of this kind of internal disease or corruption or hostility to the United States, a big, huge media panoply of tremendous thinkers and writers and speakers. You all have your favorites, Peterson or Bannon or whoever it might be, Carlson, whoever you like. There has yet to become a recognition of the most commonly referred to variants of Marxism. Levin called it American Marxism, I believe. But what David and I built these lectures to communicate or argue for is that what is taking the place of a Marxist attack on America is something far more complex, far more pervasive, far more virulent. And that's the primary reason what we want to communicate with you here today. Just what is the nature of the contemporary ideology that is essentially hostile to the founding ideals of American life and American culture. It was Marxism throughout the 20th century. It is not only Marxism presently, and this is what we're here to communicate. So I just wanted to take a word to give some context before David stands up and starts making you wonder, why is he talking about that? Okay, thanks very much.
Good morning, everybody. All right, now time for the obscure French philosopher. Anyway, thank you all for coming out on a glorious Virginia day. It's good to be in Virginia, in the House of Burgesses. I feel right at home. And the good news is we've arranged for you guys to all receive. We're at a college, so you get college credit for today's activities. Unfortunately, it is $150 a credit, but anyway, it's good to be here. All right, so this morning we're going to look at two attempts to create a utopian society based on a secular philosophy. First is the French Revolution, the second is the Russian Revolution. We'll see that each of these two revolutions share a basic structure which will help us to understand our current social justice or woke revolution. If you wonder why we study history, it's just the old saying, right? Those who don't learn from history are what? Doomed to repeat it, right? So if we look at these two revolutions and the one that we're currently engaged in, I've identified 6 different points that they all share in common. And so just briefly, the first is they began by challenging religion or truth and redefining or rejecting God on radical terms, right? The second is that they offer their own secular origin story, reimagining original sin and what future peace would look like. Third, they move moral conflict from internal to external, redefining good and evil and value. And then 4, they introduce a vision for a future utopia. 5, they develop and promote an ideology for this utopia, to create this utopia. And 6, and this is the sad part, they label and plan to remove utopia's opponents, right? So each one of these you'll see, and you'll see this slide again because we want to, I think, make the point that we've seen this movie before, right? So the modern age really begins with Descartes, not so obscure actually, and the cogito, which you've all heard before, cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. But why is it so revolutionary? Until Descartes, the Western world lived with God in his heavens as the subject of the universe, and we were in the object position, his creation. Our task was to live in harmony with God's laws. That was the basically common shared view. There were two pillars of that. One is called the Great Chain of Being. And the medieval world was based on these. The Great Chain of Being was simply their understanding of the cosmos, the cosmology. The earth was the center of the cosmos. God was in his heavens, and everything had its place. This is actually a depiction of God and all the different levels of being, right? And of course, the second was the divine right of kings. Right? This was the medieval political theory. The king was appointed by God and ruled on earth on God's behalf. This was the theory, right, behind it. Now, by the time that we encounter the French Revolution, the old system is beginning to break down. First of all, science, the earth was clearly not the center of the universe, right? And the monarchy, which supposedly represented God, under Louis XVI, was in debt and basically failing and in corruption, right? And there was corruption in the hierarchy of the church as well, right? Although there were many good pious priests, but there were still reforms that were needed. The question is, what kind of reform, right? Oh, wait a minute, I went backwards. Okay. So what the cogito does, what Descartes does, is turn that medieval worldview completely upside down, right? It said that the subject of knowledge, the guarantor of truth, the ground of all truth, right, was none other than the thinking thing, the human self, the human being. So it said, well, I can doubt everything else, God and everything else, my body even, I can't doubt that I'm doing the thinking. So this I is the lone depository of certitude on which other truth depends. So the order of dominion was reversed. The I became the center of the universe. And the existence of God and every other truth depended on this I, this thinking being, not the other way around, right? It was a complete reversal. So human reason became the new order of the day, right? And the task then was to build a world based on reason. In other words, a rationalist revolution. So what are the elements of this new world? Again, step one, redefine God. So in France, the thought that it was developing was based on emerging rationalist thought, and especially the ideas of Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Now, Rousseau was not an atheist, but his supreme being was based on deism. Deism embraced the creator, but the creator based on human reason, basically that understanding. It rejected the traditional God of the Abrahamic faiths, right? And it rejected that God interacted with human beings, right? So why is that significant? If God is reason, or reason is God, it changes our understanding of what it means to be a human being and what the problem of evil is. So, and, you know, even during the revolution itself, a little bit later, the more radical revolutionaries even rejected deism, the deist supreme being. They took it one step farther, and I don't know how many of you are familiar with this, but they created a goddess of reason. This is a depiction of them parading the goddess of reason around the streets of Paris, right? This is the extent to which, as I said, reason had to replace God. So they created this festival. It was actually very popular. The crowds loved it, we are told, right? And this replaced the religious rites of the Catholic Church. So Rousseau rejects traditional religion and creates his own origin story. In his story, human beings were originally uncorrupted in what is called the state of nature, right? And in fact, it's been described as the noble savage. It's actually not a term Rousseau used, but it's essentially what he meant. These noble savages, if you will, they were innately good in their natural state. But civilization had created laws for social organization which separated him from his primitive goodness. The problem wasn't human beings, but it was society. Society was at fault, right? So this argument redefined the problem of evil. Evil is no longer a spiritual or religious question, it's a social problem. The problem of evil lay not inside the human heart, in rebellion against the Creator, but in society, in man's ability to pursue his own individual interest, putting him at odds with everyone else. So Rousseau declared in the social contract, and this is a famous saying, man is born free, but everywhere he is in chains. So what is this original sin in Rousseau's philosophy? It was private property. The ability to pursue one's own selfish interests led some to accumulate more than his neighbor, and only served to separate the noble savage from his communal spirit or natural state of goodness. Rousseau's philosophy was in response to Hobbes's. Right? Now, Hobbes had stated, again, this is another very famous saying, in the state of nature, life is solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Right? So Rousseau argued that Hobbes was just projecting the failures of civilization back onto the human being, back onto that state of nature. Right? So, and of course, these two variants are at odds with the traditional view of human nature, right, where we're pulled between spirit and flesh, mind and body, or as they like to say, the better angels of our nature and the devil that sits on our shoulder, right? So these philosophies reject that traditional view. Okay. Having redefined God, human nature, and the origin of evil and the original sin, Rousseau offered his solution. And it's a new utopian vision. For Rousseau, there was no way back to that primitive state, to that uncorrupt state. Human beings were forever corrupted. But it was possible to change society, to change civilization, to change the social order, and so in that process, human beings could be perfected. This approach is one that would be adopted by all future revolutionaries. We'll see this again. It's society that's at fault. It's society that must be changed so that we can be good. So, yeah. So how is the society to be reformed? Rousseau's theory required, since, human beings' individual will had been corrupted, then it needed to be replaced by something he called the general will, which essentially, what's in the best interest of everyone, right? Now, so by pursuing this general will, mankind could create a new state based not on the old superstitions like the church and the monarchy, but based on reason. Okay, so that's basically the philosophy that underlies the French Revolution. And if that was the end of it, this would be a nice historical curiosity for people like me who enjoy this kind of things, right? And I wouldn't be bothering you with it. But it didn't end there, right? Because for a philosophy or an idea to become a revolution, it first must be turned into an ideology, right? Ideas matter, but they don't make revolutions by themselves. They are, I say they're necessary, but they're not sufficient, right? So, what is an ideology? And this is a philosopher by the name of John Kekes, and he gives a great summation, and I'll just go through it here. An ideology is a worldview that makes sense of the prevailing political conditions and suggests ways of improving them. Typical ideologies include, among their elements, a metaphysical outlook that provides a God's eye view of the world, a theory about human nature, a system of values whose realization will supposedly ensure human well-being, an explanation of why the actual state of affairs falls short of this perfection, and a set of policies intended to close the gap between the actual and the ideal. This last component, commitment to a political program and its implementation, is what distinguishes ideologies from religious, personal, aesthetic, or philosophical systems of belief. ideologies aim to transform society. Other systems of belief do not involve such a commitment, but if they do, they become ideological. Right? So, where does Rousseau's philosophy become part of an ideology? The first ones to do so were the Jacobins and their leader, Robespierre, Maximilien Robespierre. They were the most radical of the French revolutionaries. Right? And Robespierre, by the way, was an absolute strict believer and follower of Rousseau. In fact, he believed he was personally anointed to implement Rousseau's vision. So it was left to Robespierre and the revolutionaries to take Rousseau's ideas and turn them into a radical ideology, a revolutionary ideology. So those are the ideas behind the, oh, excuse me, I went back again. All right. But again, one pressing question remained. Remember the general will. What is the general will? What is the thing around which everybody unites and we have this new society? Well, frankly, Rousseau never gave an answer. So it was left to the implementers of the ideology, right? And Robespierre. Robespierre's answer was very simple. As the leader of the Revolutionary Party, he was the one who was in the best position to decide what the general will required, right? So the general will is what Robespierre says it is. And this is the point where you have a disconnect between the idealist utopian philosophy and where the ideology begins and the problems originate, right? So this revolution that was philosophically supposedly based on reason and the general will was grounded in reality in a political struggle between those who wanted to reform the ancient regime, the old French regime, and this included some moderate revolutionaries as well. And they're on one side. The other side is the clergy and those people that were part of the old regime or the emerging bourgeois class. So, the radical revolutionaries represented the working poor of Paris, basically, and that was the so-called sans-culottes, which is a term about their dress, their clothing, but they were basically the working poor. And also they had a Parisian government that they instituted called the Paris Commune. Right? And the Jacobins then were on the side of the sans-culottes and the Paris Commune. So their philosophy then, having rejected the traditional religious view, and especially this notion of the infinite value of the individual, which all religions essentially have, right? Good and evil is based now on whether you support the revolutionary cause or not. Right? So the revolutionaries attacked the clergy, and they required the priests to swear allegiance to the state. Now, so they're the revolutionaries are the representatives of reason, and reason dictates that they must follow the state, because the state is implementing this new utopian world, right? So the clergy, therefore, were required to have an oath to the state and not the Pope, right? And this was actually on pain of death. Those who refused to do so could be executed, and some were, right? So also the revolutionaries seized the church's assets. And those who resisted the government's imposition of this so-called general will, they were branded as enemies of the revolution. So, again, this is a historian by the name of McPhee. Many historians have seen this civil constitution of the clergy, which was the law that they enacted to seize the church's assets and to require them to swear allegiance to the state, as the moment which fatally fractured the revolution. In the end, it proved impossible to reconcile a church based on divinely ordained hierarchy with a revolution based on popular sovereignty. these two things clashed, right? So what do you do about that, right? And then in January of 1793, they executed the king, Louis XVI, and Marie Antoinette, his queen, and abolished feudalism. So having done all of this, they created enemies. They created these enemies within the nation and within the neighboring countries as well, who were afraid that this would spread to their nation, right? And it led to civil war inside of France and also wars with their neighboring countries. So what do? You represent reason. You're creating utopia. People are resisting. What's your response, right? Well, what they did was they created a revolutionary army of these sans-culottes, the working poor, to attack the enemies of the revolution. The Revolutionary Army was charged with enforcing the will of the government and eliminating its opponents. The question so many have asked for so long now is, how is it possible that the revolutionaries who were committed to creating a government based on reason, not on the tradition and superstition of the past, could end up in the reign of terror, right? How does that happen? So when they faced opposition to the actions that they took to replace the old superstition, right, and created by self-interest of private property, they labeled those who opposed them as tyrants and made a plan to eliminate them. So this is actually another quote from Keke's. Put another way, this is the rationale here. Uncorrupted human beings would intuitively recognize and act in the general interest. So any divergence between the individual and the general interest indicates the individual's immorality and irrationality. If any individual fails to see that his true interests are the same as the general interest, and as an aside, in other words, what the government tells you, he must be forced to act as if he did for his own good, or else, right? Or eliminated, right? And apparently this is the dictate of reason. This is what reason requires. So Robespierre, he's often referred to as the virtuous, the uncorruptible one, right? At the height of the terror, he says, without virtue, and this is supposedly a revolution of virtue, that's his favorite word. Terror is deadly, but without terror, virtue is impotent. He also said, terror is only justice, prompt, severe, and flexible. It is then an emanation of virtue. Another quote I don't have up, we must smother the internal and external enemies of the Republic or perish with it. Now, in this situation, the first maxim of your policy ought to be to lead the people by reason and the people's enemies by terror. So, these are the dictates of reason, right? So what comes of it? Well, as I say, this is the rationale for the reign of terror. And I argue it's not a bug in the system, right? It's a feature of the revolution. It was the plan. When each person does not have infinite value, and good and evil is decided by which side of the political aisle you're on, then those who oppose have to be eliminated. It's just reason. So as you see, these are figures, estimates for how many were arrested and killed during the reign of terror. Eventually, they even turned on one another. And the revolutionaries themselves that were in the National Assembly started accusing each other and executing one another. And a lot of this was under Robespierre's leadership. And finally, people said, well, this is going to go on until we're all dead. And so they executed him as well. Right? This is a very famous quote from a revolutionary from another party, the Girondin party. He says, "It is to be feared that the revolution, like Saturn, will end up devouring its own children." And in fact, he was executed by Robespierre. So, once again, we've redefined God. We have a secular origin story about the noble savage and how private property is now the new original sin. And so the conflict is removed from an internal struggle between good and evil to good and evil camps within the society. And of course then, in order to create the new utopia, the evil people have to be destroyed. Right? And that's the logic. Okay. So this is one you guys are probably a little bit more familiar with, but the pattern is the same. So first of all, Marxism is atheistic. Right? Between the French Revolution in the late 18th century and the rise of Marxism in the second half of the 19th century, there were a number of developments. Deism was no longer popular. And this idea of creating a society based on reason, again, had been rejected with the failure of the French Revolution. Right? So atheism replaced deism. Right? And of course, Marx was the consummate atheist. Right? So between the 18th and 19th century, the critics of religion moved away from all of this and rejected God entirely, right? And this is, of course, their very famous quote, which I'm sure you've all heard, right? Religion is the opium of the people. Right? He openly expressed hostility towards God and religion, but beyond his own personal antagonism, he viewed it, and I think quite rightly so, as an anti-revolutionary force. Like traditional concepts of right and wrong do not permit the kind of violent revolution that he advocated, right? He sought to replace religion with a new kind of secular system based on no longer reason or rationality, but now on materialism. So again, there's a little history between the French Revolution and Marxism after the Napoleonic age, which followed the collapse of the French Revolution. There was a young German philosopher by the name of Hegel who attempted to create a system that would unify rationalism and its critics, right, into a unified system. Hegel and idealism dominated the first half of the 19th century. And Hegel's social theory in particular saw history as the working out of spirit coming to know itself through human history. So this spirit also is a philosophical way of even incorporating, sort of a religious idea. The Holy Spirit there's a resonance there, right? But anyway, it's a whole philosophical system that is designed to explain the whole history of humanity and its goal, right? And its goal was this coming together of subject and object in knowledge as God comes, or spirit comes to know itself in human history. All right, we don't need to go any deeper into Hegel here, but that's important for understanding Marx. So Marx adopted Hegel's theory of history, but he argued that Hegel was upside down. He had it wrong. It was materialism that drove history, not idealism. And he famously said he found Hegel on his head and turned him right side up. Although you've all heard the saying that he turned Hegel on his head, right? But in fact, that's neither here nor there. But so he replaced Hegel's mythology with one of his own. His theory was historical materialism. Like Rousseau, he argued that humankind was originally free, but he didn't romanticize it. we were free, but we existed in poverty with scarce resources, right? And he called this original state primitive communism or primitive society, right? And this is the Marxist founding myth of the history of the world, right? It's the one which replaced both Rousseau's, but also the Judeo-Christian one as well. So, according to historical materialism, the solution to the problem. Is there another bottle of water somewhere? The solution to the problem of scarcity was division of labor to grow wealth, right? Rousseau believed that private property was the original sin, as you recall. Marx didn't disagree with him, but he viewed it as a necessary evil. This outcome produced wealth, but also unequal development and inequality, right? So essentially what happened is this division of labor, created classes, right? And it created a ruling class, who he viewed as oppressors, and a working class, the laboring class, and they were the ones who were being exploited, right? So it's this inequality of the classes that's the new original sin, which could only be overcome through violent revolution by the working class. So the goal of history was material, achieving ever greater material well-being, right? Like Hegel, this process necessarily took place through conflict, which Marx called dialectical materialism, right? And these are the eras that he sees in which the dialectic is working, and material is basically working its way out through human beings to create a society that flourishes. So instead of spirit, it's material, basically coming to realize a just society. That's the mythology of Marx. So in this new mythology, then, Marx redefined human nature on a materialist basis, right? All history is nothing but a continuous transformation of human nature, right? So men begin to distinguish themselves from animals as soon as they begin to produce their means of subsistence, a step which is conditioned by their physical organization, right? This is from the German ideology. Right, so this is again Marx's new understanding now of what is human nature. Right? So as with Rousseau, human nature doesn't have fixed, immutable characteristics. Right? It can't for these philosophers, because otherwise, changing society in order to perfect humanity, it's not going to work. Right? So his materialist view is simply that human beings are created by their environment, essentially by the modes of production in which they live. Right? This view is also influenced by Darwin as well. So since human nature is determined by the economic system, good and evil can't be applied based on moral principles. Moral principles are nothing but the values of the ruling class imposed on those that are ruled. Right? They are designed to maintain the status quo of the ruling class. Marx instead argued that good and evil depended on whether actions promoted the revolutionary actions of social change that he proposed. Right? Violent revolution is good, because it brings about the good society that will eliminate the oppressors. So what is this utopian ideal of Marxism? You've all heard this: from each according to his abilities, to each according to his needs. So how does that get realized? Well, Marx's theory predicted that the working class would achieve what he called class consciousness. It meant they would understand their role in creating this utopian future. they would rise up and overthrow the capitalist class, ushering in a classless society which would achieve the goal of historical materialism, eliminating the history of inequality and oppression. That was the theory. But it didn't happen. The proletariat never achieved this so-called class consciousness in the Marxist sense. They created trade unions to promote their own economic and political interests. And guess what? They succeeded in creating better lives for themselves within capitalism. Right? Rather than overthrowing capitalism, they made it stronger. Plumbers make more than we do. It's a great thing, right? So, and so revolution never happened, right? In a single capitalist society, there are no capitalist societies that had a Marxist revolution. As with the general will in the French Revolution, this is where the theory breaks down. The so-called proletariat class never fulfilled what Marx said they would do, right? So then what happens? Well, the idea was they would create socialism, right, on the right, and then out of socialism, a classless communist utopia would develop. But, as I said, it didn't happen. Communism was supposed to be the stage after socialism, but instead, communism actually became synonymous with a system of state control, right? Of imposed from a strong state, right? So how did that happen? Well, the Bolshevik Revolution happened, right? Led by Lenin, they took advantage of another failing monarchy, as the French revolutionaries did in France, right? Like Robespierre and the Jacobins, they took the Marxist philosophy and created a revolutionary ideology. Marxism was a philosophy. It didn't ever make a revolution. Leninism, however, took Marx and made it into a political program, right? So the spontaneous uprising of the proletariat never happened. So Lenin argued instead that what was needed was a vanguard party, a tightly organized state party, disciplined, centralized, revolutionary party that would make all the decision. So basically Lenin was the new Robespierre. And like Robespierre, Lenin became the last word in what Marxism meant. And like the Jacobins, they faced internal and external opposition. Like the Jacobins, they sparked a civil war within their country. It lasted several years, right? And wars with their neighbors as well. They created class enemies, right? It was a replay of the French Revolution, except Marx had learned from the French Revolution, so he already built class enemies into his theory, right? So they knew they had enemies that they would face, right? And they identified them and attacked them, right? So, like the revolutionary army that was created by the French government, the Bolsheviks created the secret police, or the Cheka. This was the ancestor agencies to the KGB, right? And they were charged with eliminating class enemies. And then, of course, later, under Stalin and the Gulag, they made millions of class enemies disappear. So Grigory Zinoviev was a close ally of both Lenin during the early stage and then Stalin later on, and was later executed by Stalin, but that's another story. But he said in 1918, to overcome our enemies, we must have our own socialist militarism. We must carry along with us 90 million out of the 100 million of Soviet Russia's population. As for the rest, we have nothing to say to them. They must be annihilated. Casually, murder 10 million people. So there's no talk of virtue here, as there was in the French Revolution, just terror. Right? They had a clear sense of mission here. And this was the Ukrainian Cheka chief, right? This is even more frightening, right? Do not look in the file for incriminating evidence to see whether or not the accused rose up against the Soviets with arms or words. Ask him instead to which class he belongs. What is his background, his education, his profession? These are the questions that will determine the fate of the accused. If you have the wrong identity, too bad. So Marx imagined the revolution would eliminate the bourgeoisie as a class, but he thought that class would be very small by the time the revolution happened, and it would be one simple little cleansing operation, right? But this class warfare was central to Leninism, right? And it was the principle on which the Soviet government was based. Again, when you reject the notion of the infinite value of each person, and you have these enemies that stand in the way of your utopian goals, what choice do you have? These people stand in the way of utopia, right? Well, these guys were pikers compared to Stalin, right? This is a great, the theory of Marxism was that the state would wither away. It would just be this, workers' paradise, right? And Stalin recognized there was a little complication with that. We are for the withering away of the state, because it's Marxism, right? At the same time, we stand for strengthening of the dictatorship of the proletariat, which represents the most powerful and mighty of all forms of the state which have existed up to the present day. The highest development of the power of the state, with the object of preparing the conditions of the withering away. So we have to make a huge, gigantic state so that it can all wither away, right? Is it contradictory? Yes, it is contradictory. But the contradiction is a living thing and wholly reflects the Marxist dialectic, right? So actually, far from withering away, they built the largest state apparatus for control that has ever been seen up to that time. So state repression began under Lenin, but it was greatly expanded under Stalin. And this is, again, one of Stalin's great quotes: "Death is the solution to all problems. No man, no problem." It began like in the French, they began by attacking external enemies and also different parties. Also, like the French Revolution, it expanded to murdering political rivals, people who potentially could threaten Stalin's power inside the party. Right? And that was the term that's used there is the Great Purges. And it's, I would call it the reign of terror on steroids, right? So the whole notion, I'm sorry, this is another good quote. The death of one man is a tragedy. The death of millions is a statistic. So the French Revolution, liberté, égalité, fraternité, was the watchword, right? It ended in the reign of terror. It killed tens of thousands. Peace, land, and bread was the motto of the Bolsheviks, right? It ended in the Gulag, right, which killed tens of millions. So I merely would like to point out, and you'll see this slide again, and this whole recitation of history is prologue to understanding the situation we find ourselves in now. Once you deny the existence of any higher power and offer a new secular version with a new future utopia, and we remove the notion of good and evil from individual people into the society writ large, then those that are on the right side have to eliminate those that are on the wrong side in order for the utopia to happen, right? And that's the pattern that we see again and again. Anyway, I'd like to say thank you for your support.
Thank you, Dr. Burgess. Let's give him another round of applause. At this time, we'd like to take a short break, maybe 5 minutes or so, grab some coffee, tea. The restrooms are just down the hall. If you go out the door, just to your right, and there's bottled water and as well. And then if we come back in 5 minutes or so, we'll start our second presentation by Dr. Kaufman. Thank you very much.
So you're going up next? Okay. Which one would you like queued up?
I'm going to put up the part two, presentation two.
Okay. I'll have it queued
And
up.
then, if we put up the presentation mode, does it automatically project? Or can we leave it, can we have the presentation mode up already, even without projecting it?
So this is how it is now.
Yeah.
So you don't want that projected yet?
Can we leave the other one the picture projecting, but leave the presentation up?
Well, you can just leave it like this, and then you can go through your slides, and then it'll just look like that on the screen.
No. Okay, no. Hey, Robin, hey.
Nice to see you. I don't mean to interrupt you.
Nice to see you. Thanks for coming. Yeah. You doing good? Good. Thanks for coming, Robin. So, okay. So that's there. I was just wondering, so for me to go, just hit that, right? Just hit that, right?
Yeah, you'll hit the little slide. Now put up whatever these slides are on the screen,
Okay.
and then as you go through, now you just want this on the screen?
No, what I wanted was to leave the non-slide show up on the screen while I had this up here, but it's not possible, right?
Oh.
It don't matter. It's only 5 minutes. It don't matter. So we can just leave as long as I get easily to the.
So you want it look like this, but you want the slides
I
on
want that on the screen for now, just for now.
Right.
But the thing there, but that don't work. That don't matter. It don't matter. No, let's not do it. Let's not do it, Michael. We're good. I'll just hit that to get going when I get going, right?
Yeah, you just tap
Okay.
that.
I'm good.
Okay.
And then this points to at what?
Yeah, so let's try it right now. So left will be just your arrow. Click, click,
Yeah.
click.
Good. Okay.
And then this also is a screen mirroring that. So if you're wondering what's on the actual
Oh, I
projector,
can see
it's
that.
that right there.
Beautiful.
Just
Okay.
kind of a little bigger version of this, of that.
Beautiful. And so this can go down, and the which one is the that picture?
Oh, that's just the desktop.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, we can leave that up there. We can leave that up there. Okay. Excellent. Thanks.
So just leave it like that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
You're the infidel. You're the infidel. And let me tell you, you got the language. You got the natural society. That's what Nazis do.
How's it going so far? How do you think? How do you feel?
I feel good.
Feel good. Yeah, it's good.
How is it on your end?
Great. Great. Awesome.
I was sitting forward a little bit, but I was in camera, so I kind of scooted back just so I
No, this
I
is
didn't know
much-
if it looks weird if this is
This is
man
a little
sitting.
easier to manage here than at the hotel, right?
Oh, definitely. I mean,
The mic stuff.
Yeah, sure.
The mic stuff is definitely.
Yeah, I didn't even think about having an actual microphone. But I think the acoustics are okay in here.
Well, we were here for the
Yeah.
walk around.
Yeah,
There is no mic for audio.
yeah.
The only way we could get away with it, we had a mic on the laptop. The laptop audio would play through the
Yeah.
speakers.
It's kind of complicated though, right?
It definitely would add another dynamic.
Yeah, so I think,
But, definitely let me know if there's anything you're seeing visually.
no, this is really good, really
Don't know
great.
if
I'm
you
just,
want to put any of those small bottles under the podium.
oh, yeah. Yeah.
Hey, visually, are you happy? Good job. Visually, are you happy?
Yeah.
I'm staying out of the view. I'm staying out of camera shot.
You got water?
That's mine. I'm good. I'm all set up. I'm just making sure nothing goes wrong.
You're doing a great job. Thank you.
Thanks.
You guys are doing a great job. I'm just sitting. I'm just staying out of camera and not. I got up. I'm worried I would get sleepy. So this is very interesting.
So you're going to say.
You're the man.
Okay. Marcus, can you ask folks to come in? Can you just give a quick shout there? Thank you very much. Okay, if we could all take a seat, please, and so we can begin again, so we can stay on track. We have a very full and rich day ahead of us today. Okay, please come and have a seat, and we'll begin. Thank you very much. I just wanted to quickly draw your attention to two items. There's a beautiful speech here by Dr. Nie that's out here. It's the front and back, a speech he gave just 4 days ago to the annual commemoration of Vietnam Human Rights Day. So that's out there, and copies of the newspaper we know and love, the Epoch Times. So please get your paper and the speech when you can, and also review the bios in your folder. Some excellent bios there for folks that will be speaking at future events. And without further ado, let's give a warm welcome to Dr. Frank Kaufman.
Thank you very much, Carl. Thank everybody for making your way here today and for committing a day here today. We're grateful. I feel guilty, like saying the same jokes again and again, David. You know, like we've heard each other's jokes too often because we're going around doing this. But David depresses me, and I'm thinking of stopping doing this. I don't like, you know. And the other thing about it is that it would be more easy to listen to if it didn't feel like you were describing yesterday, or, you know, like yesterday's newspaper. So this is the trouble, but we're here to try to put an end to this cycle, and his job is, David's job is to account for the precise nature and trajectory of the philosophies that are causing us harm or have caused untold harm, tens of millions of human deaths and and more. And suffering beyond that, and so we're at a juncture now, and this is what we're. So so he gives us a pretty clear account of the exact internal nature of these philosophies, how they become ideologies, how they influence the harm to human beings. And my task is to look at a stream of counter-proposal, a better option, something that happens simultaneously during the same period of history, and how that might provide guidelines for us, for our own decision-making in the present day. So he spoke about the French Revolution. I'm going to speak about the Reformation and the American Revolution. I'm trying to change my language to the American War of Independence because it's a significant difference to me. So there's the French Revolution in response to human oppression, inequality, injustice, and there was the American War of Independence as another response. What are the differences in internal nature there? And of course, David spoke about the rise of Marxism, Leninism, communism, and I'm going to speak about what I call the American century, or God-centered Western civilization. And we'll see how a very simple philosophical option or difference creates entire massive global outcomes from the smallest point of decision. So the main point of our day together is simply to indicate that ideas have consequences. Simple criminality does not require philosophies or ideologies to cause human harm. But when you have mass systems, when you have genocide, when you have mass incarceration, when you have dystopic human events at a large social level, this is the result of philosophies and ideologies. So there's a very important difference to note about that. And I'm very grateful. One of the things to catch, please, is it's a special insight of David from philosophy that it needs to become an ideology. It's a very important thing, and this is, and as we stand, and as we talk to our friends, and as if we get on TV or make our presentations, this is an important thing to have. So I just mentioned this already. If you make the wrong decision philosophically, thought-wise, or ideologically, it results in mass totalitarianism, mass brutality, and genocide. A simple, proper, well-guided sense of response with the same degree of compassion and concern, a response to injustice and human inequality, can result in genuine, positive human progress, both in science and technology, and greater freedom, greater equality, and social harmony, and human virtue. That's the binary. That's the dividing line. What causes progress? What causes things to improve? We already have access to ways of being that cause things to improve. And if we're looking for how to do this at a social level, we already have immediate access in our own lives. We know what works, we know what doesn't work. And as we're looking to work on the social level, to protect our own nation, for example, we already have intuition or insights for what works. I've put up a couple of slides of someone improving themselves in their physique and physically and in their health. A young lady studying for exams or papers or whatever it is. We know the quality of affairs that work. The reason why efforts to improve that work do so is because they're connected to the nature of reality. They're connected to the nature of reality because we ourselves are microcosms of reality. So if you could imagine just kind of like punching yourself in the face and think this is going to improve your circumstance. Do you see what I mean? So what we're arguing for or calling for is not some sort of like religious revival per se, just to be in touch with the common sense quality and nature of reality, which we have immediate access to. ways that start off well-intended can end up in tyranny and widespread death. Both groups genuinely care. Both groups genuinely care. The problem is how you approach solving the problem well thought out? Is it a reasonable approach that will result in solving the problem, or will it result in the types of horrors that David was describing? Being able to identify early whether or not the decision is slightly off right at its starting point is like early cancer detection. And this is another reason why we're here today. We're trying to get our friends to have the capacity to start right at the start and spot when someone's saying, yeah, but there are oppressed classes in our urban cities, or their police are targeting this group or that, or something like that. You can't say you don't care. You can't say we care, you don't care. And that's how a lot of the political argument is going today, is to try to point out the hypocrisy of the left. And there's a lot of time spent saying we care, you don't care, and this is a sure way to lose the fight, lose the battle, lose time, just end up in incessant arguments online, arguing with strangers, trying to establish that we care and you don't care. And what we're trying to say is it's not the case that we care, you don't care. The case is whether or not your ideas and approach to addressing the genuine inequalities are effective or not. And we want the champions, the patriots, the warriors on the front line to be able to identify quickly when something is going to end up in, we don't need to wait for genocide. We want to be able to spot it early. So we need to move away from this habit of arguing online and finding every little hypocrisy, and then as proof that we're the people who care. That one must know the enemy well, and to say they don't care is a way to be defeated by them, because we've misidentified them. After we try to establish that, and it doesn't work because all of media's the agenda of trying to manipulate the narrative. That's all it is. The next thing that happens is we end up in hundreds and thousands of exhausting arguments about when conception begins, when life begins, one about gender, one about race, one about immigration policy, and on and on and on, when it's far better to be able to establish a clear identification of where the error lies in its outcome. So we are action oriented. Everybody in this room is already leading something that's involved in trying to protect our country from harm. But this is just a half a day to kind of pause and look at the map. We need to get focused commitment. Our mission is not just to act. People say, why are you sitting in a room talking? We need to be out there acting. And the point is not to act, the point is to win. And so this is why we take time to at least look at the lay of the land. And this is why David takes time to explain the precise nature of what looks innocent at first. I mean, that didn't seem bad. Like Descartes' cogito, he was a religious guy, wasn't he? He was trying to help the cause of God, wasn't he? He did one tiny little thing, place the human being above God as the home of certainty. So that's what I'm talking about, early cancer detection. So here's the basic premise. People should not be maltreated, burdened, or suffer. We all agree there. Whenever we see these things, we are moved to remedy the situation. That's human nature. The abuse of people in the late Middle Ages led to the French Revolution, and we saw what happened there. It ended up in the Reign of Terror. They were concerned about corrupt clergy exploiting religious needs I'm not going to call it religious superstition, exploiting the natural orientation of human beings to be religious. The corrupt clergy is exploiting that and creating serfdom, servitude, enslavement. And so the rise of the concerns of the French rationalists were to address maltreatment. And yet they led to the reign of terror. There was another side of responding to this, to the corruption of clergy, which was the Reformation movement. It was Reformation. So it isn't that religion itself is the problem. It isn't that, so you have corrupt clergy creating, working with corrupt aristocracy and creating human misery. And the French rationalists conclude that it's faith and religion and belief in God and God. That's the cause of human suffering. When rather the reformers identified corruption as the problem and sought to refine, to purify, to correct, to fix the religious situation. So why do we study the past as we do? The past provides two things. One, it provides a clear model of what we're facing today. That's one reason why we study the past. The other thing is we begin to see the roots of the philosophical and ideological threads that continue to operate. And when they begin in the French Revolution, or when they expand and gain strength during the Marxist Revolution, these ideas mature, they strengthen, they become more virulent. And so we study the past for these reasons. One, it's a model. Two, we get in touch with the ideas and we begin to recognize them. I think it happened to you, right? As David was describing ancient things, you're hearing exact things that you recognize being done today. So in the Middle Ages, human life was made miserable by both clerical and political corruption and inequality, and oppression from religious and political elite. It reached a breaking point. Is faith and religion the cause of human oppression, or is corrupt power of the elite the cause of the problem? That's the question. Because the problem, everybody agrees on. What is the cause of it is the issue. The French Enlightenment sought to replace religion, whereas the Reformation thinkers sought to repair religion, sought to repair faith. They didn't try to remove it, they intensified it. They took a number of steps to make access to a life of faith more immediate to the people. More religion, not less. This is the binary. I'm not talking about religion, it's faith or God or more of it, not less. So the distinction may seem small at first, but it's day and night. The point of divergence is simple. If religion goes bad, or if the world of faith goes bad, should it be destroyed and replaced, or should it be fixed? The whole matter of ideology revolves around this simple point. It's that simple. The single distinction which can tell you with certainty if the person before you would be at peace eliminating you. That's all you need to know. That's all you need to know. Is the cause of human suffering religion? If the person in front of you holds that to be the case, at some point down the line, as we saw repeated twice, it results in the necessity to eliminate you if you stand in the way of the secular utopia that the rationalist or the Marxist or the materialist or the wokist, whoever is going to place themselves in charge of fixing society, you can be eliminated. If the person in front of you holds that reform, repair, that faith is a wholesome and healthy and uplifting part of human life, you can engage that person no matter how much they disagree with you. the French Revolution, they ended up in the worship of reason, the worship of reason. And so they came to understand, and what did you, I can't remember, you had the second point about a myth of human identity and cosmology. Basically, the thing that distinguishes a human being in a secular philosophy, like rationalism, is cognition. That's what makes us human, is our intellectual capacities, our intelligence. And that's why you'll find that ideologies of the left always find moral conservatives, constitutional conservatives, basic patriots. The main thing about you is that you're stupid. This is what you'll find, how you'll find conservatives described, as stupid, no matter how smart. It's always your stupidity that's the problem. And so it originates in this idea of having the human beings, being human is grounded in your powers of cognition. Whereas on the side of reform, on the side of the view that faith is always needs to be purified, always needs to be kept clean, because this is where the human being develops properly and the society develops properly. Those people regard virtue, character, and moral law, the measure of human life and leadership. Not how smart you are, how virtuous you are. It's a fundamental difference on whether or not your starting point is that human religious superstition is where human suffering originates. And then you will have to replace God, you'll have to replace the origin of all with something less than the origin of all. Reason, matter, it's something less, and try to build a system from there. It ends up, we see again and again, it ends up horribly. So for example, if you look at the view of, say, moral conservatives or patriots or people who care for our country, if they're looking at a person like a Representative Schiff, Adam Schiff, does anybody think of, do you hear from the right that he's stupid? Do you hear people saying he's stupid? You do not. Nobody cares whether he's smart or stupid. The problem is his moral character. The problem is he's a liar. That's the problem. But from the secular side, from the left side, you'll hear that conservative voters are stupid, or Donald Trump is stupid, right? He's stupid, isn't he? So, and it comes from this French Enlightenment distinction of human beings as originating in the worship of reason. This is so it's a big decision to make. Is this issue of wherein lies the quality of being human? To conclude, Enlightenment thinkers attempted to solve inequality through humanist, God-removing philosophies and ideologies. The result was a barbaric, blood-soaked reign of terror. The reformers and God-side thinkers and writers did not seek to replace religion and faith, making ourselves higher than God, but instead they invested creatively to increase the spread of religious experience among the citizens, like the Vulgate, translating the Bible into the languages of the people, so that this bypassed the corrupt leaders. That's how you fixed it. Get the Word of God, the Scriptures, into the hands of the people. That was the Vulgate. And here's an image of the Gutenberg press. They could start to print the Bible off at affordable cost. And so everyone could have access and were not capable of being exploited by the corruption of religious leaders. So it's more faith, it's more religion. And then what happened as a result? What happened as a result of that track? You get all these reformers. Wycliffe was responsible for the translation of the Bible into English. That's how to get rid of corrupt leaders. Say, sorry, you're lying. I happen to have the text myself. Hus, removed the sale of indulgences. This is the Reformation thinkers. Erasmus, he stayed in the Catholic Church. He pushed the Catholic orientation to focus on inner piety, not on the machinations of the priest to guarantee your salvation, your own inner piety. Luther, the priesthood of all believers. I have direct access to God. The Council of Trent addressed abuses within the church. That was also a Catholic phenomenon. Galileo, Catholic, stayed in the church. Even though he was opposed by the church, he fought the church. And he's part of the advent of the rise of genuine science, of real science. The English Civil War, parliamentary sovereignty. John Locke, natural rights, private property, separation of powers, the consent of the governed. All of these, which provided the foundation of the health and the nation that we live in today, all came from reformers, from deeply, more intensely religious people breaking out of a period of corruption, not deciding that faith itself is the cause of human suffering. Eventually, the reformers ended up coming to America for the sake of freedom of worship. And this led to the founding of the colonies, and the colonies eventually decided that the abusive and exploitive rule of Great Britain was unacceptable to the American way of life, American experience, and they fought a war of independence. Anybody who reads the history of the War of Independence, it's almost like you cry at every line on every page. You can't but see God in the victory of the American front line fighting the British. It's kind of better than the end of Star Wars. Do you know what I mean? Who could defeat the greatest military power in history? And there's more that I'll talk about in the American experiment, especially because they're here for the sake of faith. That's why they came here. They did not come here to get rich. All of the colonies, Penn, a multi-religious colony, all of the colonies came for the sake of the freedom of religious worship. The flowering of Western civilization and the birth of the world of hope, the shining city on a hill, the hope and promise to the world's tired, poor, and huddled masses, all began on this simple, original point of decision. It's like a light switch, on, off. Is faith the problem, or is the corruption of the elite the problem? If the corruption of the elite is the problem, reform is the answer. If faith is the problem, then the replacement of God by something that will work better must be done. And that's where the revolutionaries always end up, like David said twice, what is the general will? I'll tell you what the general... Something has to represent that. Here's the first seed planted for what America is. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that you know the thing, that all men are created equal. The key I want to point out here is, A, the word self-evident. It's not something that needs to be argued. It's what's called axiomatic. Anything that's self-evident is called axiomatic. And the beauty of that is that it's not some like blind faith guy yelling and screaming from a pulpit. Created, that you're created. That's a piece of logic. You can't argue that. Is there anybody here who's not created? Do you see what I mean? It's a self-evident truth. It's called an axiom. And so the founding of this country is, that all men are created equal and with certain inalienable rights. This is what I'm calling the binary, the on-off. Self-evident is known in philosophy as an axiom. Created equal with unalienable rights is not argued, it is not proven, it is self-evident. Without this, there's no America. Without this, there's no America. What then happens? And then in all throughout the founding documents, we find the similar type of affirmation, the abiding by nature and nature's God. Here, the firm reliance on the protection of divine providence. People who are familiar with the documents, we mutually pledge to one another our lives, our fortune, and our sacred honor. Everything, everything. On what basis are they telling one another, looking one another in the eye, and pledging everything? Reliance on divine providence. And it's, as I'm saying, it's not religious faith. It's a self-evident axiom, created. It's that simple. What then happens as a result of the founding of the United States? What then happens as a result of this simple binary, this simple option? Oh, the poor and suffering, you don't really care. I care. I care, and I'm here to fix it. And this is how I choose to fix it. Whoever's interfering with the capacity of people to be in a direct personal relationship with the living God, I'm fixing it. I'm going to give everything, my life, my sacred honor, everything for that. Don't tell me I don't care. And I won't tell you you don't care. I'm just telling you that when you try other systems, we've tried two so far, they've ended up extremely badly. Look what happens among the people who have tried this path. You have the abolitionist movement. You have the women's rights movement. From the beginning of the founding of America, based on a reliance on the divine providence, on a surrender to nature and nature's God, to the affirmation that all men are created equal with unalienable rights. You have what we see when a simple correct decision is made, like that slide I showed you of the girl studying or the guy in the weight room. So a simple correct decision is made. That it's not a complicated decision. The best rise of human equality arises from that. Wesley, what's it? Against slavery. Sharp, against slavery. Wilberforce, the abolition of the slave trade. Clarkson, what's it? Abolitionist, end of slavery. All that came from that simple decision. It's innate to the affirmation that you're created, that we're created. People recognize this gentleman? This is John Newton. He wrote the Amazing Grace. He owned and ran a slave ship. And God took from his heart, or burdened his heart with what he was doing to human beings. And he wrote the greatest hymn ever. The greatest hymn ever. I was lost. It had to do with being in touch with the simple fact that all men are created equal. And that we have the most beautiful land and most beautiful country that has ever existed in the history of the world. And it grows out of nothing other than the exact same compassion, the exact same desire to fix the human situation, to remove inequality, only doing it in a way that has the capacity for the outcome you want, rather than the capacity for the hideous ugliness that David described in two prior occasions, the French Revolution and the Russian Revolution. And what we will get into this afternoon is that what we are facing right now makes Marxism look like a kid with a pellet gun. But we don't see it yet, and that's why we're talking about the early detection concept. The second thing David spoke about was the communism. And I want to do a quick similar thing on the parallel of the reasonable side, of the correct decision, of the better way to go. And so the counter movements I call the God-centered Western civilization, or the American century. Let's see what happens once again when we look at the twin rails and twin options and response to human inequality. Reform or repair, or revolution and removal. Okay, I've discussed that. At the end of the 19th century, the industrialists had created unthinkable human inequality. But it didn't exploit the need for faith. It exploited the need to survive. It exploited work. It exploited kind of the physical side of you. So during the time of the rationalist revolution, the people that were greatly responsible for human suffering were people who were exploiting the interior part of us, our belief. They were trying to take away our belief in the Lord, in the divine. By the time of the end of the 19th century, the exploitation of human beings was exploiting their work, their labor, their physicality, their body. And so the ideology was materialism, not rationalism. And so they're responding to the abuse of the inequality created by the robber barons, by the industrialists. And here again, same thing. You see the abuse. You see something that you can't, in good conscience, look away from or walk away from. We must respond. This is unacceptable. And then you get your options. You get either an intensification of a relationship with the origin of all, or you get that the structure or the organization of the divine is the problem and must be removed and must be replaced by something else. And so we pick one or the other, and we end up in one direction or another. In the Enlightenment, I mentioned this already. Now we are no longer facing a corrupt clergy. We are facing corrupt industrialists merging with the state, coercion to subjugate people through their physical needs. Same issue, annihilate or reform. Ideas, annihilate or reform. The enemy now are those who control our physical survival, and so Marx comes up with a number of theories and ideologies that has to do with the matter of our physical life in the world. Most especially he comes up with Das Kapital and the labor theory of value. That's the origins of Marx's response to the abuse of workers. Once this is established, according as David pointed out, either you must be re-educated or you must be annihilated. These are your options. Once you have removed the source of the problem out into to whose side you belong, you had an exact quote on that. Just what is it? Don't ask him whatever he's done or how he's been educated. Just ask him what class he belongs to. Either you have to be re-educated or annihilated. And this was the same now with the Marxist revolution. What the rationalists did was separate our faith orientation from God. Because the issue by the time Marx comes along is the physical exploitation of people, the exploitation of our work, of our labor, of our survival. What he does is separate, is redefine our relationship with nature. He redefines work. The whole thing has to do with matter, with nature, with the earth, And basically, what the rationalists made human reason higher than God, Marx makes matter higher than God and higher than human beings. We're the result of matter banging around. Did you know that? Just randomly, just matter's just doing what it does and produce you. Your eyesight, your love for your wife, the fact that you'll die for your kids, somehow matter. Even human beings are lower than matter because the issue had to deal with our physicality. And so on the issue of the rationalists, just our faith in the divine, that means when we die we'll go to heaven, but another part of the divine is the structure of our relationship with nature. Our physicality also has to do with our divine order and structure of things. And so when Marx reverses that, what he fundamentally does is disrupt the divine structure of how we're related to matter and nature. We're meant to live creatively and fruitfully in nature. That's how we survive. That's how we produce beautiful things. What is the ideal relationship between human beings and the things of physical reality, which we need to survive? What happens when corruption poisons that relationship? Abolish it and replace it, or reform? Same question, identical same question. But this time the problem is the greedy industrialists. And so there you have the program to what? Remove the capitalist class. Same thing, but rather than reform it. But what produces our survival, what our work produces, is glorious when it matches the natural order of the divine structure in human affairs. Harmonious independence. Marx redefined our harmonious interdependency with physical reality. Care for physical reality is a central part of being human. It's in every great spiritual tradition. It's in Genesis 1:28. Be fruitful, multiply, have a harmonious dominion over the earth, care for the earth. Care for physical reality is the higher form of environmentalism. It's a declaration of my divinity. The reason I care for the earth is because it's a humanitarian act. Contemporary environmentalism, which grows out of the strain of Marxism, has matter higher than us. We're actually in the way. Environmental, like green extremists, human beings are the problem. Even that you're breathing air is the problem. Everything, everything is higher than you. That's a direct outgrowth of the fundamentals of Marxist thought, in which matter created us. We care for the earth and all of nature as part of human compassion. We care for it because we care for one another. That's the divinely ordained relationship between human beings and nature. And this is where the whole issue of private property arises. The defense against Marxism has traditionally played on his turf. Oh, private property produces prosperity. Capitalism is a better economic system than socialism. Socialism undermines what undermines human incentive and things, et cetera, et cetera. All this is true. The reason why it's true is because it's common sense. It matches reality. But a more profound confrontation of the issue of private property is not because it creates more prosperity. It's because that is the arena or canvas in which your humanness, your God-given humanness, is meant to manifest itself. That's why you can make You can make jam out of the berries that grow on your thing and then give it to your neighbors. Or private property, like, did anybody ever hear the 10 Commandments? Don't covet your neighbor's stuff, right? If that isn't private, how does your neighbor even have stuff? It's not an economic theory. It's the structure of, there's no way for you to show the fullness of your divinity if you don't have any private property. It's like, wow, it's like, how old is your car? It's 1998. You really take care of your car. It's incredible. I can't even, it feels brand new. This is you. It's you. So it's not an economic matter. It's the same issue. It's the same issue of divine, of the faith and God and Creator, or something lesser. In this degree, matter, which is really lesser. Okay. Socialism should not be rejected solely based on economics. It separates us from nature and from reality. How could Marxism, which is so fundamentally wrong and responsible for global genocide, tens of millions of people, how can it still be argued for today? How can it still have adherents today? How is that even possible? I guess, if you look at like Chicago Cubs fans or something, you get an understanding of how people stick to things. No, I'm just teasing. I hope there's no I don't even know if that's a good analogy, but, people stick with things that don't work. But anyway, how can Marxism still have adherents today when its theory is evidently clearly wrong and its outcome is clearly wrong? There's two things that it did. One was that it appeals emotionally. It presents itself as something that cares for the suffering of people. It does. And I think we could do a better job of presenting ourselves as having greater compassion than that. I think, people of faith, yeah. The other thing is that Marx and Engels donned the artificial garb of science. The economic theory was treated as science. It was the way to be modern. In a way, it was the way to be cool. You're not like these religious flat earth believers, you're Snopes trial, believe the earth is 6,000 years. You're not like those backward people. Stupid. You're science, you believe in science. And so those two things, and here's, science is true. I just want you to know that scientists know what they're talking about and can always be relied upon. Science and technology would come to be seen as the great fixers of human problems, not virtue, not compassion, patience, sacrifice, integrity. That doesn't solve human problems. Science and technology solves human problems. And so part of the Marxist appeal was the description of itself as a science. It's not in the least, honestly speaking. Science and technology would be, okay, is that? Okay. Thoughtful people easily know that owners, this is a leap. Okay, so emotional appeal, scientific appeal. These are the things which allow Marxism to persist. The greed and excess and inhumanity of the robber barons introduced the same divergent roads of how to respond to those that exploited and took advantage of the fact that we're meant to have private property, to show our divinity, to show our beauty, to show our creativity. Okay, so now I want to examine this issue of private property very briefly. Thoughtful people easily know that owners bear burdens, endure risk, invest in long, thankless hours needed to keep corporations alive, and provide countless people with the chance to earn an honest wage and support their families. The burden of ownership the burden of management class, the burden of capitalist class, the burden of the economic elite is great. The problem is when they become corrupt, addicted, greedy, and inhumane, which results in human despair and alienation. That's the problem. Same problem that I described with the clergy and so forth. Once again, two possible reactions. One is violent revolution. Marx chooses violent revolution. Destroy and remove the bourgeoisie and capital class. Get rid of, and this results in removing all natural bases for creativity and development. Replace it with the absurd fantasy of collective ownership, which never happened, right, David, right? And without the ennobling dignity of private property. So these are the three core philosophical errors of Marxism: the labor theory of value, dialectical materialism, and historical materialism. I'll touch on these quickly. Labor theory of value. Here are 5 very well-known established proofs that Marx's labor theory is in error. One is that value is not inherent in the objects, but determined by the importance an individual places on the object. Okay? Get it? Get it. Yep? Okay. 2, utility. The value is not inherent in the object. It rests in the usefulness of a product to the consumer. That's where the value lies. So you put in all this labor, and therefore it has value. If it's not good, if nobody needs it, nobody wants it. If it's not useful, if it don't work. I don't care how much labor you put into it. If it don't work. Technological change. Technological advancements can change the amount of labor required to create an item. Again, you can have a much better item that has sucked out much less labor. And it's human creativity that produces the technology which produces the finer objects or the more abundant objects. And then difficulty in measuring labor, skills, productivity levels, and technological assistance. Okay, so here's the labor theory of value, which at every single turn is denied by straight common sense. Here it is. Humans determine value. Humans determine value. Human creativity in each and every case. So the Marx thing has the item, the physical matter. That's why it's materialist. Is where the value lies, and all we do is just grunt, you know, and like now it has value because I put in X hours. And it's exactly the opposite is the case. And that's called science. And that's called science. So value does not rest in matter. This worship of science and putting matter above human beings is what contributes to the nature of the green extremism and ecological terrorism today. Because the human being is the problem. This is another outcome of the worship of matter and science. Oh, there's a picture of science itself. The same worship of science that enchanted Marxists also led to the mass violation of citizens' rights during the unconstitutional government lockdowns and criminal government-directed censorship of free speech. Okay, it all due from the worship of science. And we're wondering, how did this happen? How did this happen? Now we're learning today some of the exact quality of the nature of the roots of how that happened. By God's grace, Marxism gets toppled in the early 90s. The Soviet Union and militant atheism was defeated politically and militarily during the Reagan era. So that critique won. The faith side won. The America built by the people of faith won. They won. Yet somehow or another, there are still a couple of Marxist backwaters in the world today. The CCP and tenured Marxist professors that teach your children like crazy everything you wanted to study: math, dance, English. It's all Marxism. What did I say? Career Marxists. All right. The other two errors. So I touched on the labor theory of value. The other two errors: dialectical materialism and historical materialism. Dialectical materialism is a discussion of ontology or philosophy or ground of being. So it's philosophical. Historical materialism is a discussion of how history unfolds. So how things are and how they progress. All right? We all have that. We all are and we all progress. And Marxist theory addresses both. The dialectic is basically summarized in the Marxist teaching and understanding of thesis, antithesis, againstness, and synthesis. So againstness goes against the originator, and that energy produces a synthesis, a new thing. And that's how existence is in the world. Historical materialism is the same thing horizontally or progressively. Thesis, antithesis, synthesis, progress. The problem with, of course, this is all of Marxism. This is the basis of Marxism. Dialectical materialism, historical materialism. And it's grounded in the basic structure that conflict is the generating thing, the antithesis. In divine thought, in the God option, in the faith option, on the religious side option, it's the precise opposite. Harmony is the fundamental assumption of how things are and how things progress. The dialectic conflict is the fundamental assumption of how things are and how things progress. So look at yourself. Are you a symphony of just things working against each other? Like your eyes or your gut or your heart or you are a symphony of harmony. Everything on the divine side option, of the common sense option, of the created equal option, is a declaration of harmony. And everything on the Marxist solution to inequality is grounded in a declaration of conflict. Dialectical materialism. And so you say, well, what about BLM? What about the riots of 2020? I thought we were supposed to be locked down. That's hypocritical. It's not hypocritical. It's conflict. It's why are you allowing riots? Why do you riot? Why are you painting? Why are you destroying Picassos? Because conflict is the ontology of Marxist thought. It's nature. Scriptures and nature itself, the birds, the bees, the planets, the stars, are the story of love, harmony, and symbiosis. While Marx asserts that the existence itself is conflict and violence, world faiths affirm the exact opposite. Religion and faith call people to seek harmony, understanding, forgiveness, grace, mercy, embrace, and patience. It's that simple. You have a problem? Try those. You have a problem? Try a violent riot. That should solve it. Kill a cop. That should solve the problem. Or try the natural extension of what is self-evident. And our founders and framers knew that. harmony, understanding, forgiveness. Forgiveness, that could solve a billion things. Grace, mercy, etc. People of faith who lived in simple, obvious, common sense of observation that the earth and people are created. That neither nature nor human beings have the power or ability to create ourselves. This simple common sense observation is the beginning of faith, the beginning of human-heartedness that always brings about greater equality, greater opportunity, and after all, isn't that what all these secular revolutions are about? And yet the exact opposite. So let's see, just as I did on the last slide, what happens, what the faith side people did while the Soviet Union and the CCP are killing tens of millions of people. Martin Luther King, racial equality. Dorothy Day, women's rights. Joshua Heschel, human rights. Ralph Abernathy, racial equality. Shuttlesworth, Lawson, civil rights movement, etc., etc. Joachim Prince, civil rights movement. During this same period of time, the United States of America was progressing under the influence of people of faith. I don't care whether they ever went to church or not. They just made the simple common sense decision that the framers spotted as an axiom, self-evident. All men are created equal, and produced the single most rapid ascent in human equality in human history just by founding a nation on one simple axiom. Women's rights, suffragettes, voting rights, social activists. This is a mostly peaceful protest, and we'll be hearing more about this same battle and this same binary and this same divergent pair of options. Today, it's an emergency time, and we'll do the same pattern after lunch as we did this morning. David's will depress you, and I'll try to give us hope. Okay. Thanks a lot. Thanks.
We'd like to take a moment for Q&A if you have any questions that you'd like to raise for both Dr. Kaufman and Dr. Burgess. Please feel free at this point, and then we'll have break into a little group discussion and share a bit in groups.
Carl, you want to call us?
How do we do it? Just yell out?
Yeah, you raise your hand, please, Adele.
Okay. I have one question related to the reality of what we're experiencing in our country and how we can apply all that we've learned here today. Was Thomas Jefferson wrong when he said that the tree of freedom must be fed by the blood of patriots and tyrants from time to time? Is bloodshed something that is in the future as a result of what's going on in our country now? He said must. He didn't say could. But I'm just wondering what your thinking is.
He gave me the hard puss. He's in there. Anyway, I think that there might be truth in that. There might be truth in a must. I think the question is how quickly or successfully one can rally around a community that gets in the way of making it any bigger, to keep it down. If you could keep it down to 1 or keep it down to 5. We've already lost how many people to suicide from the J6 tourists? How many? 5? Blood has been shed. So it's possible there's a must. But the point is, we've got kids and grandkids. Can we stop it there? That's somehow my response off the cuff, Adele. Thanks for the question. David, yeah?
Yeah, just, I would say, as a last resort, it may be necessary, right? But hopefully we wise up and prevent that from having to be the case, right? If we don't confront it up front, we'll confront it later, and it'll be more dangerous. So, I think he was talking about just the absolute, conviction and, response that, not over my dead body kind of thing, right? So, anyway, that's my understanding.
Thank you. Dr. Burgess, Dr. Kaufman, fantastic presentation. Thank you. I'd like to hear your thoughts, if I may, about what I'm thinking is one of the existential crises that we're facing among all the others that you've directed us to today, and that is artificial intelligence, the use of machine learning to censor at scale, to surveil, to scoop up all your data. In context of your comments about science and technology, which is earlier about, the fixer of society, and hence this market society and this materialistic view of Marxism, and then, of course, further strains. Could you help us apply some of your reasoning? How do you approach this issue of Deus ex machina, the God in the machine now that so many in the science and technology world are applying to mass surveillance, to keeping people oppressed, many people oppressed, as we well know in communist China? If you could, thank you.
Great question. This is the answer that if I'm in the audience, I hate anybody answering me like this, but we cover exactly that this afternoon. So, or just wait. It's the answer I like least, but we do take that up if we can wait till afternoon, because it's a great question and it's really all important.
I'm from Cuba, and you see, one of the things that I like to make some emphasis on that, it's about the way that socialist people, assault the constitutional power of the people, We sometimes talk, this is what they do, this is what they do. No, they assault. In Cuba, we see that, how they assault the political power, in the country, Venezuela, Nicaragua, and it is not something friendly what they do. They do a real assault. And what happened in the election here in America with President Trump, you can go to Pennsylvania and pay attention. You can go to Georgia and pay attention. Exactly the same thing, Mm-hmm. And for that reason, what he said, it's really interesting, because if people continue, quiet, they don't say nothing, they're afraid, it's really complicated, It's going to be more ugly.
Thank you. Yes, agreed. Thank you for the comment.
Yeah, quick question. So I kind of live in a liberal left-wing blast zone, which some days is kind of fun, some days is really usually tedious. And one thing that I have found, whether I'm interacting on radio or TV or in a public debate or whatever, they just don't even know what they believe. They literally don't know what they believe. So I take a Tucker Carlson approach a lot, which is ask them a question, and that usually stops the debate right there. But it's more important than being flipped like that. They really don't know what they believe. So do you have any suggestions or thoughts, particularly when you're speaking to younger people who are utterly clueless? They just care about, the polar bears or whatever. Any thoughts at all, like how do you break through that? Like how do you, in simple terms, sort of break through that?
That's such a great question. No, I love that. I love that question. Maybe again, we're hearing these for the first time. You try to think on your feet and try to get it right, but maybe a version of this simple kind of options that we've presented, and leaving in place or leaving intact care as a universally held starting point, so that I think if they imagine conservatives as people who actually care about anything. They might listen for a moment and then maybe a question or two. Usually the people who are questioning are clever or gotcha-ish or something like Charlie Kirk. He's itching for a fight, or a clip, but possibly questions that are not meant to make you look dumb, but in the common space of we do care about these matters. Let's see the steps that might work, might not work. Let's see if they've been tried before. Something like that, I'm guessing. Thanks.
Yeah, I would say, I'm going to talk a little bit this afternoon about the kind of confusing nature of what we're currently facing. And I kind of agree with Frank on this one. I think it's incumbent on us to have, we don't have to have all the answers, but I think it is important that we be able to point to positive things that we're doing to help, address their concerns, right? And have options so that it doesn't have to go down this road of canceling people and whatever else they have in mind. So I hope that helps.
Thank you.
Are we?
We have just a couple of short ones, maybe George and then Ben. And then one of the great things about these meetings is the small groups we're trying to preserve the time for. They really are fruitful. So we're not trying to cut off questions, but get quick to letting these groups go because they're really part of the best part of the day. George?
More than a question, it's just a comment. I have to deal with kids all the time. And one of the things that I find works is always find out what they care about. So it's like when you said, you make a decision which way you're going to go. Pretty much is your heart that decides which way you're going to go, not necessarily your mind. So if I know that, the opposition is trying to put it on an emotional thing, my answer is, okay, what do you care about? So to the kid, I say, well, you care about your computer, right? When you're playing the video game, what do you want to do, smash it against the wall, or you want to try to fix it, or help you fix it? So if you let people be slaves of their emotional responses, most of the time, that's what you're going to have, violence.
Thanks. That's very good. I appreciate that.
I have one more thing, but I'll talk to you personally about it.
I just got a comment. You probably all know, you're all conservative. I speak quick, I'll say it quick. Everybody's seen that Kansas City kicker and the Pope. They had 2 interviews, and the Kansas City kicker was more Catholic than the Pope. If you haven't seen it, you got to see it. It was like
he's running for a new office.
He finally made that phrase come to life. More Catholic than the Pope. But these days it's not that hard. Maybe we can take Ben real quick.
Actually, I like the whole talk at the workers' point where the workers were suffering. It wasn't a clear bridge. They became unions, and then even Reagan was a union man. And he says, the Democrat Party left me. I didn't leave the Democrat Party, meaning that they were helping the workers, helping the common man, and then all of a sudden it became a corrupt thing within itself. So I don't know if I'm answering my own question, but when you
but it is true that the capitalist system has done more for workers than any Marxist system has ever done. Right? So, interestingly enough.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're going to break into groups for discussion and have a bit of discussion among ourselves, 5-10 minutes, and then we'll hear a couple of reports from your groups. So,
I think there's a question. Did we have that? No, I didn't give it to you, right?
No.
Like, we thought the groups, like, you can talk about anything you want, but one possible way is what are similar about the French and Russian revolutions? What are different about them? and also do the counter proposals, what are good about them, what could be improved about them, something like that, all right? And then the other thing is to make your group just turn your chairs around, just hook up easy, and so that we don't have to go places.
Sure.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you, Frank. So if we could do like this, if this could be a group here. You three together, these two, is that okay? And then you folks here. These folks here. Is that okay? Group right here. And then if you guys can make.
Wait for me to type them up, leaving that static slide, and I'll just. That would be good.
I actually don't. Maybe you slide there.
Oh, there's a way to. I think a left click, and then you get to pick the.
in late 60s, 1960s. Okay. So it's an early detection of cancer, but in China, the cancer already spread. Okay, to the
patient already died.
Yes, it's coming to the end. Okay, the sick communism. So what we did, experience may share with everybody is how we face with that situation. I hope it's not the future for our country, but the situation. So I'm very glad that the Epoch Times and new NTD TV can co-sponsor that, so that they live stream the great lectures, discussions to tens of millions readers and viewers, not just within this conference room. Then more people to know. There's a little blue book. It's called Night Commentary of Communist Party. Was published by the Epoch Times about 20 years ago. Systematically describe what is communism, who are communists, what crimes they have committed as Chinese people. Okay, how many people killed, family broken, what is the technique, the deceptions, evil, brutal, violence, things, and also talk about the doomed future of coming collapse of that. And this become #1 prohibited book in China.
Oh, wow.
In the past 20 years, we spread that to Chinese people. People read that with shaking hands, and realize what is this darkness, evil, being part of it. So people say no more communism, no more darkness, no more crime. They want to be out. It's like exodus. So they post their statements of withdrawal to the website headquartered in New York called Tuidang website. One by one, million by million, in the past 19 years.
Okay.
Believe how many of them? Okay. Right now it's accumulated to 430 million courageous Chinese cut ties with communism in China.
Wow.
More than the population of our country. Okay. Like yesterday, there are 47,391. I checked the data of courageous Chinese post their statements to withdraw. No more crimes, awakens to their conscience.
Amen.
Okay. Yet, like the gathering today, like 7 hours, there will be about 14,000 such Chinese make a decision to leave the communist organization. That becomes a peaceful, massive grassroots movement, okay, to free the hearts and minds and prepare the civilized society for the future China. This is called Tuidang movement. And we should pay attention to that. That is quietly changing communist China. Give the hope to a China very soon, a new China without communism. And new China without...
Free China!
Are there the consequences of those for the people who...
Yes. At the beginning, people use nicknames. Okay, or I'm Little John from Beijing. There's so many Little John, so you cannot identify. So later on, in the recent years, they use their real name. They're not. Okay, they're not. They don't afraid of the retaliation. So many of them, okay, cut the ties as an individual or as a group. There was a case. There are 5,000 such people realized the frustration. Altogether, they post a statement. These 5,000 people going to leave the evil party and affiliation. So Chinese has their wisdoms to avoid the retaliation. Okay, still do it. Okay, that's the experience maybe we can share in this group and the mainstream people here. How to do that under even China with tightened iron hands ruling. Still can do that to convert the society, to free the mind, awaken to the conscience, to the belief.
Good.
copies you can.
So we would like to get the information from you where and how we can get this book, and maybe we could all get a copy and read it.
I can provide the link. It's free.
Commentaries on the Communist Party. Thank you very much.
That is so heartening. Thank you. So heartening. And the most famous American expert on China is Gordon Chang.
Yes.
And
yes.
he's written a book, The Coming Demise of the Communist Chinese. Anyhow.
He's a good friend of mine. Yes.
We talked about how complicated this whole issue is, but in a real sense, it's very simple. And you have to go by incorporating a real strong sense of morality into just existential theories and talking and all that. The communism, it's been, the successes that it's had has been because they do away with history. Because if you don't learn from history, the old saying is it's bound to repeat it, right? So you do away with the history, you change the history, you put fear into people's minds so that they, oh, well, what do we do? Well, in my case, my connection is with Cuba. My grandparents came here from Cuba, Villa Libre, and my parents were born here, but it's been a struggle forever in Cuba. 400 years of Spanish tyranny, and now worse than Spanish tyranny. So what we talked about was just the importance, like you said, about nipping it in the bud, because all these revolutions start very small number of people, and it is Matthias Desmet, who's a tremendous scholar, and he wrote a book called The Psychology of Totalitarianism. And he says the problem all along with all these different revolutions is that people were afraid to say anything. Mm-hmm. The resistance went underground in the Second World War, et cetera, et cetera. And he says, and this is a very risky thing, because when you're very much, your life is at stake, your children, your family, everybody is threatened. Huh? The communists have a way. In Cuba, there was the Comité para Revolución, ¿cómo es?
CDR, CDR.
The Committee for the Maintaining the Revolution. This was a committee in every town, in every village, in every city. Every single block had a member of the committee for the preservation of the revolution. It was that person or people's job to listen for any kind of subversive activity and to watch. When you get that much power to an individual, oh, you don't like me? This is what I heard him say. It is so satanic. This whole system of communism is so satanic. It just rips out the soul of people. And you're young enough to, or old enough, I should say, to have been in the. You weren't born in communism, were you?
Yeah.
You were. Oh, so you're okay. You're not older than you look. But anyhow, I guess what we talked about was partly what the quote of Thomas Jefferson. But you know, it's like in Jeremiah 17:9, he said, "The heart is deceitful and above all things and desperately wicked." The heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who can understand it? Now, if you come from the standpoint, from the premise that people are good, yeah, look at history. People are not good. The soul of man is good only because of God. If we're left to our own devices, we're in serious trouble, where we face things. And this was a philosopher from the 8th century BC in Greece, who said, in a moment of crisis, you're not going to step forward and deal with a crisis. You're going to fall back on your training, on what you've prepared for. If you're not prepared for tyranny, you're going to fall into it. So the combination of using your self-interest is very important. Tribalism is a very powerful thing. We talked about tribalism and how we tend to, in a moment of crisis, we tend to, reach out to people that we have something in common with for security. So tribalism, you have when you hear the nonsense that we hear, which I was born in this country, I never thought I would see things so bad. Where you have the power of the press against you, you have corruption up to your eyeballs in the government. You have to. My wife is giving me she's always telling me when I'm talking too much. She has a way of tapping my foot. I got her down to that from kicking me in the shin.
I want to say that I'm very optimistic and positive to our country because of you guys here. We have leaders and philosophy scholars, opinion leaders, try to wake up people here. Okay, if they were come to China 100 years ago, we will avoid this spread of cancer. Okay, so let's do it.
All right. Great reports. And, we've got folks here from Moldova, from Poland, Cuba, from all over the world, folks that have experienced communism and socialism and can tell us all about it. So we appreciate your commentary. We're going to break now for lunch. We've got a wonderful lunch out here, sandwiches, salad, and so forth, drinks. If you would go and get your food and come back here, we have a fabulous keynote speaker for lunch. And we'd like you to go and get your food and quickly come back to your seats so that you can hear our keynote address over lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I'd like to share with you Carrie's bio. Carrie's the executive director of the Election Integrity Network, and they flew her in all the way from Florida for this day, for this presentation. So it's extremely special. And Lynn Taylor is having knee or hip surgery, I think, just a couple of days ago. So she really wanted to be here, and so she found her best and brightest and flew her all the way in from Florida. So we're so grateful. Carrie is the executive director of the Election Integrity Network, a project of the Virginia Institute for Public Policy. She also serves as a senior fellow for the Frontiers of Freedom and the Institute for Liberty, and the senior advisor to the Florida Fair Elections Coalition. And you have her bio in your folder, so I'm not going to read her entire bio, but I just want to begin with a quote since we've been hearing some quotes from Joseph Stalin today. I'd like to preface your presentation with this quote from Joseph Stalin. I'm assuming it's from the 30s. I don't know exactly the date, but it says about voting in elections. Those who vote decide nothing. Those who count the vote decide everything.
The Democrats learned that well.
Let's give Carrie a very warm welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carl. All right, so this is better giving a speech during lunch than after lunch, because after lunch everybody's you kind of lose people. All right, so let's start off by talking about your high school graduation, right? So how many of you remember your high school graduation? This is interactive. Raise your hand. All right. How many of you remember your high school graduation speaker? Yeah, so I have 4 best friends from high school. We had to go find our yearbook to figure out who ours was. And how many of you remember what they said? Okay, so I have a magic trick to start us out with right at the moment. I can actually tell you what your graduation speaker said. They said 3 things. Number 1, be your authentic self, which was maybe not the greatest idea in the world to tell an 18-year-old. And as the kids would say today, you be you, but I guarantee you that was in there. Number 2, 100%, go make a difference. Go change the world. Go make a difference. Go do something. Number 3, live your life according to your values and your principles. We discovered that my graduation speaker was a Jesuit professor from Boston College who was a big liberal, so I'm not sure. I'm glad it didn't sink in, whatever it was he actually said. I know that's a seemingly random reference, but now I have another one, and if Michael, if you would. Okay, so before I go into the other seemingly random reference, anyone here who has served in the military? Could you raise your hand and we'll just say thank you? So these are my 2 sons. The taller of the 2 is an Army captain. The shorter of the 2 is a recent 2nd lieutenant in the United States Air Force. Both my sons are Liberty graduates in 2015. Mitchell, this one came a little bit later in life, but still my boys. So last weekend, Mitchell graduated from Liberty University with his MBA. He did ROTC, got his MBA, did ROTC, and the next day he was commissioned again into the Air Force as a 2nd lieutenant. I would like to read to you the oath that both Connor and Mitchell took when they became military officers, and it goes like this. I do solemnly swear and affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to same, and that I take this obligation freely without mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties as an officer of the blah, blah, blah branch, upon which I am, and there's a lot of debate between the 2 of them, which one's right, about which I am to enter, so help me God. So where am I going with all of this? Well, just keep in mind your high school graduation and the oath that these boys just took. So why are we all here? More to the point, why are you here? This wonderful conference is definitely a leadership summit. If you're sitting here, you're in leadership. If you're in leadership, God bless you, you paid attention to your high school graduation. You are living an authentic, patriotic citizen life in every way. You're concerned about the direction of our nation. That is who the authentic you is. You are making a difference. So, how big is a difference? It's as big as the one you're making. That's what it is. Whether it's in your local community, in your political life, in your personal life, as you model for others, particularly young people. We can't all be president or governor, but we absolutely can make a difference. You are sitting here, so it is a given that you are making a difference. You are living your life according to your values and your principles. Let me just assume that I know what a number of those are. It's kind of another magic trick. Our rights come from God. No man or government can take them away, hard as they might try. Those rights are always your rights, even when you cannot exercise them. If the government took them and stuck a big rock on them and threw them into the middle of the Mariana Trench, they would still be your rights. Government is not the solution. Government is the problem. Government shouldn't do well what it shouldn't do at all. And individual liberty trumps any kind of government blob all day long. Free enterprise works. Free markets work. Perfectly? No. But every American should be free to chase after prosperity by hard work and education and dedication. No agency, legislator, executive branch, or left-wing lunatic should ever be able to stand between you and the prosperity that you seek. Which brings us to election integrity. As the military oath says, we have to protect ourselves from enemies, foreign and domestic. And we do have those, both. We see them both in election integrity world. They are trying to cause chaos and disruption in our election systems, and they've actually done a really darn good job of it. Several years ago, left-wing billionaires had a revelation, which is always a frightening thought. They realized that instead of funding individual candidates, they could fund an entire movement to manipulate the election outcomes in their favor, not by funding politicians, by influencing and changing the process by which we count votes. We saw it in 2020 when, after the November election, we all looked at each other and we said, what was that? Something just happened. Can we take it to court? I don't know. But something weird's going on. And we all kind of woke up. We weren't really sure. In fact, I often argue that we were actually the woke people, but that's a discussion for another day. Out of that disaster, Cleta Mitchell, who is a long-time and well-respected election attorney, many of you may be familiar with Cleta, started the Election Integrity Network. The goal was to provide a platform for citizen patriots to engage in participating in their elections. It's where grassroots, grass tops, and just regular people who heretofore were not even remotely interested in politics came together to ensure that elections are administered according to law and that sunlight is shining on local election officials, which they hate, and to make sure we became resources to those local officials. At roughly the same time, Lynn Taylor, who was president of the Virginia Institute for Public Policy, was doing something similar in Virginia, where we're standing today. In an effort to ensure fair, accurate, and secure elections, Lynn and her team created what we now call, and is known in the election integrity movement as the Virginia model, which is everyone leaves their logos at the door and comes together to protect elections. She and her team organized poll watchers, visited election offices, and miraculously worked with the RNC state director, a wonderful young man named Thomas Lane, to make sure that when there was an issue at the polls, a lawyer was actually on the end to answer the questions, because before, when you called for help, it was ring, ring, ring. Sorry, there's no one here to answer your call. So little anecdote, just again for Virginia. You may remember in 2021, we were all told we were still having to wear masks. During that election process in Virginia, we got a whole bunch of phone calls from precinct chairs and poll workers all over, watchers from all over the Commonwealth, who said they're telling people they can't vote unless they have a mask on. And we went ring, 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 and Thomas answered the phone. It went up the flagpole. The flagpole called the governor's office, who at that point was Governor Northam. And the next thing you know, a directive came out from the governor's office to say to every single precinct and every single election official in the county or city, the units here, yes, people can vote without masks. And who do you think most of the maskless were, right? So let me just mention that Governor Youngkin won that election, so there you go. So that showed to us that the Virginia model really works. Cleta and Lynn worked together from the beginning after the 2020 election. In January of that year, last year, EIN merged into the Virginia Institute, and it is now one of our major projects. Cleta remains the founder and is still very engaged. Lynn is the chairman, and I'm the executive director. So a little bit about EIN, because that's what they pay me to do. What we do, and most importantly, how it's a reflection of the entire election integrity movement. When we first started nearly 4 years ago, actually, I got a phone call from Cleta. Ring, ring, ring. Hey, Carrie, are you busy? No, not really. Well, now it's like 60-hour work week, so yeah, I'm kind of busy now. But when he first started this, I kind of joked to Cleta. I said, you know, election integrity is an issue. We need to turn it into a movement, like the school choice movement, like the pro-life movement, and I feel like we've really and truly done that. We do a lot of things. We all have about 50,000 hats. Some of them we put on ourselves. Some of them people toss on our heads, and either is fine. But we fundamentally do two things at EIN. One is our state coalitions, which is over here the coalition side, and then we have these national working groups, which are over here the policy side. Our national working groups educate and engage citizens from across the country on the policy stuff. And the state coalitions we have, and we cover about half the states now, including Virginia, and whatever state you're in, so see me afterwards if you would like to join one of them. They are Zoom calls once a week. They are very interactive, and they get an awful lot of work done. It's not a knitting and chatting session. Real hard, very deliberate work gets done that I could quantify for you in any state that you might live in. I could give you anecdote after anecdote about that, but I'd be here all day. But that's the good news. These coalitions range in size. The one in Florida is 50-ish, 60 people a week. We have about 200 that come on the calls, 50 or 60 a week. Rhode Island, I love to tell a Rhode Island story. Little tiny Rhode Island. Rhode Island has 12 people in their coalition. Those 12 people have killed 5 bad bills in the Rhode Island legislature this year by opening their mouths and asking the questions and talking about the realities. I joke with them, they've each killed 2.4 bills each. They've just done a miraculous job. So it's not so much in our coalitions the size of them, it's the work that the people put in. We have 10 national working groups. I'm not going to go into gross detail. The most important one, and I'm going to talk about this in a minute right now, is our Only Citizens Vote National Working Group. We have Citizens Research Project, which is researching the left-wing infiltration in our election offices. Vote by mail in the USPS. Our gentleman who runs that one always jokes that the post office is the country's largest precinct, and there's no poll observers, and that's true. What do you do with the ballots you get back and they're undeliverable? Oh, we just put them in the trash can on the back, where everybody can grab them. Yeah, no, great. So we have a legislative working group. We have voter roll cleanup, election technology. That's a spicy one, let me tell you. Election audits, stop ranked choice voting. Building local task forces and vulnerable voters. Once a month, I do a media training class where we kind of roll through all the various lanes of media training, and a newbie class. So if anyone is interested in any of those, please come see me. We would be delighted to have you. One of the things we give to the people on the calls are other people. So we work with a number of national groups and experts and leaders and state leaders as well from the political side as from the policy side, who provide insight and information on these calls, because these folks would normally not be exposed to these people, so it's a wonderful opportunity for them. If you're interested, and I'm chuckling, this is actually funny because you don't know this is in my speech. Our website is who'scounting.us, or Who's Counting Us, which we thought would be a funny stick in the eye to Joseph Stalin, who, again, famously said it's not who's voting, it's who's counting the vote. So please come visit us at Who's Counting Us. So anyway, so enough about Election Integrity Network, as wonderful as it is, and it is wonderful. Let's talk about the broader election integrity issues and where they lie. And I want to make one super observation based on something that I think Frank said about the line about the consent of the governed. And I do say this a lot. I forgot about it for today until you brought it up. The way we either provide or withdraw our consent to anything the government does is voting. So you hear about the consent of the government and, oh, well, the governed, and it sounds like a wonderful phrase, but realize that that's your voting rights. That's where that magic happens. To note, there are two issues. Whenever you're talking about election integrity, there's two sides. There's the law and the statute over here, and there's the process over here. So keep that in mind. Law over here, process over there. Some states have good laws. Some states have terrible laws. But I will remind you of this. We're in Virginia, so I'm going to talk about Virginia. Elections don't happen in Richmond. They don't happen in your state capital. They don't happen in D.C. They happen up the street from you in your election office. So if you want to make a change, you go visit those lovely people in your election office. I have people say to me all the time, my election officer hates me. And I say the same thing in return. They're the only one you have. You got to work with them. You have to be a resource and not a mosquito that they have to keep swatting. But that's where the action happens, and that's what we do at EIN. We actually teach people. We give pieces of paper to people to take to the election office to become engaged. Because a lot of them don't, honestly. They're making innocent mistakes very often. They don't have the time, the staff, or the budget to really do the work that they need to do. That's, again, where we come in as citizen patriots. So what are the domestic threats in general? Well, the left wing. I mean, what more can I say? I can leave now. One of the challenges is to anticipate what kind of mayhem they are going to create next. And I have to tell you, we all do a terrible job at this, a very poor job, because we don't think like they do. Right? So we don't sit around and think, what lie and deceit can we proffer next? So it's a little bit different. It's the old game of whack-a-mole is a little bit challenging, but we do our best. So the threats to election integrity come from three basic areas: the federal, the state, and the local. There's a myriad of reasons for all of those, so I'm just going to highlight a few. To me, the most important federal challenge that we have, and if you're not familiar with this, you should look it up, is Biden's Executive Order 14019, which he issued right about 10 minutes after he was inaugurated. That executive order says, and of course I'm paraphrasing, but it says that if any person approaches any federal agency, both in the state, in the capital or in a state, for any kind of assistance, you must ask them, federal bureaucrat, whether they are registered to vote. So imagine you're me last year trying to work your way through Social Security, and you're calling for help, and the first thing they ask you is, are you registered for vote? Or you're a veteran looking for benefits. Or maybe you are calling HHS, your local HHS, because you're down on your luck and you need Section 8 housing. They're going to ask you if you can register, if you're registered to vote. Inherent in that is this: are you registered to vote? Because my boss really wants to know. What is that help that you need? I mean, that's horrible. It's unconstitutional, inarguably so. We're looking for somebody with standing on that, but it's horrible. Let me also mention this one, and you're all going to die when I say this. It applies to illegal immigrants. The Border Patrol has been instructed, and I am saying this really off the cuff and off the record. I have a friend who is a Border Patrol agent. He works in the Rio Grande. His heart is so in his work. And he said to me very sarcastically, first we give them a blanket, and then we give them a voter registration form. So just think about that. The state threat is bad. Here in Virginia, we have terrible laws, 45 days of early cheating, ballot harvesting to infinity and beyond, and a ham sandwich could vote in Virginia as long as it had a utility bill. That's the case in a lot of states. And where I live in Florida, we're a lot better off. But, you have to really look at what your state laws are because, again, federalism. So the federal government says you're going to have an election on this day and supposedly count it on this day and supposedly not have 45 days of early cheating. But that's kind of the way it goes, and every state has its own its own statutes that govern the administration of election procedures. So, even though state laws are very different in regard to voting procedures, the problems are usually the same, which is why we developed these national working groups after a time, because we realized that this was really something that people needed. I'd say the top concerns nationwide are voter rolls. If you come from a state with bad voter rolls, don't feel alone, everybody does. Ballot trafficking, how many ballots can somebody bring to a box that aren't theirs? In Virginia, 19 million is a good number. It's really bad. It's terrible. And then, of course, the machines are always a concern for people. And now the biggest threat that we see emerging is the non-citizen voting, foreign nationals voting. At the local level, the biggest threat is election officials who are not carrying out elections according to law. And again, this is where we as citizen activists can really make a difference. Just get in there. Just start. Just get in there, ask questions, be nice, ask for a tour the first time you go, provide resources to them. And when I say resources, I mean literally print off pieces of paper. We tell our people to be clipboard warriors. If you're going in there to explain to an election official that they're not adhering to the statute, print the bloody thing out and bring it with you so that they can see it. Always be right and polite. We are the right and polite people all day long. And give them a heliophobia. Does anyone know what heliophobia is? It's fear of sunshine. So I always say there's the thing you want, and then there's them knowing you're looking. And never, ever poo-poo the power of their knowing you're watching. It is a huge power, even if you don't necessarily, whether it's legislation or procedure, get the thing you want. You make them very nervous when they know you're looking. So who's behind the threats to our national elections? We are gifted with a number of left-wing billionaires who think elections and election offices are just as for sale as their Ferraris and their jets and their yachts. Let me just start with George Soros. Maybe we could end there as well. In addition to the other awful things he does, like buying green tents, I'm sure you all know what I mean, he throws a lot of money at the Arabella Network. Remember the Arabella Network? It is the left's dark money cave where freedom goes to die. It has its hand in everything nefarious in election integrity world. Absolutely everything, from the big organizations to the little tiny pop-up grassroots group that pop up miraculously to fight something good and then disappear just as quickly. It would be a lot for me to dive into the Arabella Network, but if you're interested and you're brave enough, my friend Scott Walter, who is the president of Capital Research Center, has just published a great book called Arabella, Dark Money, the Network of Leftist Billionaires Transforming America. I kind of argued with him. I'm like, transforming? How about destroying? He's like, I don't know, that's a little rough. But it's a great book, so think about that. Other left-wing funders of election anarchy are Pierre Omidyar of eBay. So every time you go to eBay, you're funding election disruption. That's torture, I know. John Lewis of Progressive Insurance, Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, the American Federation of Teachers, there's a shock, the Kellogg Foundation, don't buy cornflakes anymore, and the Buffett Foundation. None of these are probably a surprise to any of you, but here's where the foreign enemies, remember we talked about enemies, foreign and domestic. This is new, and it's going to get worse. There is this guy. This guy's name is Hans-Jörg Wyss. That's W-Y-S-S. Hans Wyss is a Swiss billionaire and a leftist and a Marxist and all the other things. And he found a loophole in our laws. Our law says that no foreign citizen can provide cash to either PACs or candidates directly. But there's no such constraint against funding nonprofits, nonpartisan nonprofits, including those who overtly influence our elections. Mr. Wyss has given an estimated at least $30 million to these nonprofits, and somewhat nonplussed by U.S. law, because he lives in Switzerland anyway, he has also given money to liberal PACs and candidates in the past. The government's gone after him, but again, he's having a fun time in Switzerland and not planning to visit here apparently anytime soon. Rumor is, so this is where it gets worse, that he is now a left-wing bundler for other left-wing European elites who fly around in private planes while demanding the EU push a carbon tax on America, which he's a big fan of, ostensibly because of polar bears and flooded basements, but really because he wants a favorable playing field for European businesses. So you can see why he and his left-wing friends in Europe are trying to influence this. Some of the organizations, just to mention if you ever see them, Democracy Fund, the Center for Tech and Civic Life, the Center for Election Excellence, doesn't that sound great? Yeah, no. Cities Forward and the 1630 Fund, because 1620 was already taken. It's just a mess. So let's talk about non-citizen voting. A little bit, and I'm going to start one quick line about the most horrible part of this. Just think about this for a minute. In many localities, local election officials are allowing foreign nationals to vote in elections, our elections. So picture this: D.C., Chinese Communist embassy personnel voting in our elections. Today, they can do it. Russian nationals at the Russian embassy, our elections, they can do it. Pretty soon, D.C. is going to let them work as poll watchers. So isn't that fun? So this is why we need to kill this thing permanently. This is one of those things we talk about in public policy where we often say, I can't believe we're having this conversation. How is it that we're having this conversation? How is it that foreign nationals can vote here? You know, Italians only vote in Italy. In Canada, only Canadians vote. Like, why would anybody even think that this would happen here? Quick story. In 2014, a scholarly journal reported that 6% of citizens, 2014, 10 years ago, 6% of foreign nationals who were not allowed to vote voted. You ready for this? 81% of them voted for Obama. So if you have any questions, that should answer all of those as to why that we're now racist and suppressionists for trying to stop this. Our DMVs have turned into get out the vote organizations who assist both residents who are here, alien citizens who are here lawfully, because some are here lawfully, but they still can't vote, and the ones who are here illegally. There's a little poster. It's real cute. It's a poster in the Wisconsin DMVs. It's hanging on the wall when you walk in the Wisconsin DMV. And it says, don't have an ID? No problem. You can still vote. Yeah, cute. Doesn't mention citizenship in there anywhere, but they are really pushing. So I think we keep joking one of our projects for 2025 is get the GOTV out of the DMV. So hopefully we can do that. State constitutions address citizen voting. Some of them are better than others. There is a huge movement afoot now to make sure that every state constitution has only in it. One would think that that was a distinction without a difference when it says, you know, like Virginia, I think it says citizens of Virginia and the United States can vote. It doesn't say only. Again, this is a problem that we have that we really need to think about. So why does this matter? And, you know, what does it mean for people like us? Even if you're not directly engaged in election activity. Before I say that, I want to say, when I wrote this, I did not realize that I was speaking to a room full of naturalized citizens. There's a boatload of, God bless every last one of you. It takes $10,000-ish, 10 years-ish, 500 phone calls to the completely incompetent State Department to get your citizenship now. So every person, and let's look at the history of the United States. Women didn't vote till 1919. Blacks did not receive the right to vote under the Emancipation Proclamation. They had to fight for it for 100 years. In my lifetime, the 1965 Civil Rights Act was passed, and that was when Black Americans first felt comfortable actually voting and registering to vote. So every non-citizen or anyone who passes a ballot unlawfully in this country is stealing from those people. So we're already getting attacked because we are promoting the the legislation on Capitol Hill called the SAVE Act, which solves this problem from the federal level. We're already becoming racist, and I just laugh because I think to myself, racist? Well, what about our African American brothers and sisters who have fought so hard for this? You have a foreign national voting and stealing one of their votes? That, to me, that's racist. So, anyway, so everything happens at the ballot box. Everything you care about in this room, no matter what it is, it happens at the ballot box. And I have this conversation with people all the time. It's like, oh, well, we don't really want to do election integrity because they think it's political, but it's not. It is absolutely not. We advocate for every voter, every ballot of every party, every time. Doesn't matter. So school choice happens at the ballot box. Tax credits, Second Amendment rights, ballot box. Protecting the unborn, ballot box. Regulatory sandboxes and freeing entrepreneurs, constitutional amendments, it all happens at the ballot box. If any of you are Virginians and you just paid attention to what happened in your last legislative session, or if you're somewhere else and you paid attention in your last legislative session, you know exactly what I'm speaking of. The ballot box determines whether your champions go there to your capital or not. So it really does make a huge difference. All right, so for fun, let's circle back to my boys here and the military oath that I talked about earlier. So we're in the car after the ceremony, and of course Connor and Mitchell are ribbing each other about, Connor is saying, yeah, the Air Force where they send people out where no one matters in the middle of a desert. And my son, son number 2 is saying, oh yeah, well you're in the peeling potatoes brigade. So I mean, it was a lot of fun in the car. But the boys were commenting on the meaning of their oath. And one of the reasons that we were talking about it is because son number 1 didn't go through ROTC. So we had what we realized afterwards were all these secular graduation, which was fine. You know, when he became a lieutenant, when he became a captain, his commissioning, all that stuff. Very secular, very Army. Mitchell, on the other hand, graduates from Liberty. It's all about serving God by serving your country. And even the 5-star general doesn't trump the Bible. And all these speakers talked about all this stuff, and we just sort of realized this because my son Connor said, wow, there was something that was different about this graduation, this commissioning that was different from mine, and we realized that's what it was. And then we started talking about, I don't even know how we segued, but we started talking about what I do for a living, which again, public policy, coalition building, all that kind of stuff. And one of them said, I don't know which one, Mom, you know, not everybody in your bubble has taken the military oath, but these are your people who don't even realize they've taken our oath. They are the people, I think it was Connor, he said, they are the people of the oath, which is why I bring it up today, because I'm thinking to myself, as I'm listening to him say this, you know, that's absolutely right. You are defending the Constitution. You are fighting enemies, foreign and domestic. You are serving your country. You take that obligation freely. You're not twisting any words or twisting any documents to get there. You are gladly doing it with the sincerity that is inherent in So Help Me God. So thank you to all of you for that. So now we're gonna switch to our furry friend. We're gonna go out with our furry friend. You ready? There he is. All right. So the reason I bring up the furry friend is that the name of this conference is Enduring, the tagline for the settlement project is Enduring Freedom, Peace is Possible. So I'm thinking to myself, yeah, peace is possible, enduring freedom. And I thought of our friend, the quokka. Does anyone know the quokka? Do anybody recognize this cute little guy? So he's a cute little guy, furry guy from Australia. They live on tiny islands in the western part of Australia, and they are referred to as the happiest animal on Earth. I think partially because they smile like humans. It's kind of scary. But they live in a high-trust society. Why do they live in a high-trust society? Because they have no natural predators. The value of living in a high-trust society is the freedom and the lack of stress and anxiety that comes with feeling safe and protected in your home. No one's going to attack you, or in the case of the quokka, steal your leaf. A low-trust society, by contrast, creates fear, anxiety, and discord. Perhaps the bottom basis of everything we've discussed today at its core is that we're searching for a high-trust society. In other words, we're searching for a quokka life. As we go forward, let's strive for that. Achievable? You know, probably not. Realistically, does that make it less tantalizing to work toward? Absolutely not. I don't think we're all going to end up as cute as the quokkas either, but it's absolutely worthy of the effort. And why? Again, circling back, because we listened to graduation. We're doing what we were told to do, and we are living those values, and we are all people of the oath. So thank you.
Quick questions. Do you have a quick question?
Thank you so much. That was fabulous. So just to reiterate, to revisit the DC, CCP, Russian embassy thing. So currently you're saying that they can, in fact, vote in
a local election.
Local only.
Not federal, but local, not state. Yeah.
How, for example, in DC do they separate? I'm trying to remember. Is there 2 separate ballots?
There are 2 separate ballots.
Okay.
At the cost of the taxpayers. Yes.
Okay. And what's your and how many states is that the case?
There are none of that is happening statewide anywhere. I think there's one city in California that does it, and I don't want to say it.
One city
in California. New York also does it, and there's currently a lawsuit in New York. The argument was that the city council wanted a certain cohort of individuals who had come into the city to be able to vote, and there is currently a lawsuit from the Public Interest Law Foundation using African American plaintiffs who are claiming standing and claiming that their votes and their civil rights, and they're absolutely right, their civil rights are being violated by the ability of a foreign national to vote in a local election.
How can a city within a state have precedence in terms of its regulations? I thought once within the state of Kansas or New York, would it not be a state matter?
It should be, and that's part of the lawsuit, is that the local area doesn't have standing. But again, DC is different because it's DC. So they passed this in their city council over the objections of the mayor, actually. And in New York, they just did it anyway.
Congress does have veto power over DC's decisions, right?
I don't, that's a nuance I can't address. I don't know if they can do that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's hear it for Carrie again. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Carrie will be available for questions directly to her afterwards. And also, please visit the websites, the Virginia Institute for Public Policy and the Election Integrity Network, and take her up on the offer to join some of the Zoom calls, get involved, donate. There's a donate button there. You can donate to the cause and support it any way you can. It's a great, it's as they say, it's the hill to die on. It's the hill to die on this year between now and November.
And I have business cards. So
yeah, absolutely. So please support this movement and this effort. Is really significant, very important. We have some literature, some pamphlets that they're giving out at this time. Oh yeah, so after we finish here, if you could just, housekeeping, take your trash down the hall to the garbage cans later on afterwards. That'll be great.
Across from the restrooms?
Across from the restrooms, there's trash cans.
Separate
Yeah.
trash and probably...
Afterwards, yes. Thank you. And now we'd like to invite Dr. Kaufman back up again to introduce a special guest speaker who's going to speak with us briefly about his work that he's doing. George Guido Lombardi is a political consultant to senior political and business leaders in Europe and the U.S. He just returned from Italy. He's been meeting with people like Maloney and folks that are the face of MAGA internationally, some of these kinds of leaders, and he's going to share with us a little bit about his work. But Frank's going to introduce him, so thank you.
We're really short on time. I apologize for that. I just want to say a quick word about George. I've known George for a couple of decades, maybe or more. I'm not sure. George is a friend of the Trump family and lives with him on 53rd Street, lives with him down in Florida. He's done a lot of work politically with I call him MAGA, like Italy, make Italy great again, make France great again. Guido's in high demand, but also Japan, the conservative communities. So Guido's going to just say a couple of words because he just got back from Europe and just to kind of give us the feel of our allies worldwide. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. I'll be very brief.
I just happened to live in New York at the time. 20 years ago, I ran into this blonde guy in the elevator, and eventually we exchanged a few words. I couldn't say we are friends, but we ran into each other in the elevator for about 20 years. I live at Trump Tower, of course. And then after he bought the Mar-a-Lago, eventually we met over there also. We still meet over there. Of course, now he's only, hey, George, how you doing? Not much more. But eventually, at the time we talked in 1915, after he announced, I went to his office. I said, Donald, are you really serious about this stuff? And he goes, I don't care. I'm going to spend $100 million. I'm going to tell this guy, Obama, what I think about him. And that was what started him. He wasn't sure that he was going to be elected. Actually, he didn't think so. He was 14 of 14, as you remember. And but eventually he made it. But already in 15, we're talking about integrity. Already in 15, we knew that they were going to do anything they could to stop him. And I would say it's a miracle that he got elected, because the popular vote, as you know, went for Hillary. And I think that they were overconfident, and that's why they didn't cheat as much as they cheated after that. Having said that, Facebook, somebody mentioned it, like in 2015, I was doing among other things, some of the social media for Donald, and we had like 450
15 Facebook groups. Some of the groups they had 320,000 members. Citizens for Trump was one of them. In 2018, on October, just before the midterm election, 1 month before the midterm election, from 415 groups, one day, the next day, there was 100. 300 groups, almost 4 million people disappear. Nobody, we talked, we called, people did letters. Oh, it's not there? I don't know. We don't know. They just didn't give us any answer. Well, what about all the pictures and everything? Well, you remember you put it on our platform. You should have kept copies of it. Everything gone. This was already 2018. And of course, the midterm elections of 2018, I think that there was some very heavy interference already there. A few of us told, I would say, I called Donald, President Trump, please, please get the right people in the Department of Justice. Unfortunately, a little bit because it was his first time, a little bit because unfortunately there was some interference, let's just call it. It didn't happen. And so we come back to 2020 and a disaster that happened already in 2020. I'm very concerned about what's going to happen in November. I'm very happy that people like you and everybody else is going to be among the ones counting the votes and not just merely observing, because last time in 2010 it didn't do any good. Just, calling the lawyers and all that after the fact really does very little. Frank, I'm trying to be very brief. Frank says something about Europe. Europe, it's actually doing very well, in spite of what you see in the news. I can tell you what is not being reported, even on Fox or whatever. The Italian government, 2 years ago, they voted for the conservatives. Of course, they call them far right, which it's even better for me, but only a few people will agree on that, but very conservative. One of the very first actions that the new prime minister did was to allow any individual to sue their employers or even the government if they were fired, if they have been fired for not having the vaccine. So that really gives a very strong signal. I'm with you guys. You are free to do whatever you want, and no government can tell you what kind of vaccine or what you have to do. Wear the mask or whatever else. So there was now they are continuing, they're doing very well. In June 9, there's going to be the election for the European Parliament. All of the conservative parties are doing very well. In Holland, Geert Wilders is probably going to be the new prime minister, but it doesn't matter. His party is already leading, and Holland has been heavily, I would say infiltrated, that's the right word, by, Muslims, crowds from Syria and this and that, just like France and Germany. Italy a little bit less. They generally pass through. But we have a lot of, so-called illegals over there too. But they're a little bit quiet. Holland, they won. The conservative, they won. In France, they are starting to have a stomachache with Macron. In Spain, there's talks now of a new elections because, again, the conservatives are trying to remove the so-called socialists. We call them, in Europe, we know what they are. They're communists. They're not socialists. They're not liberal. They are freaking communists. And so Spain is doing well. Sweden is doing very well. And of course, South America, I mentioned before, Milei, in Argentina, in Ecuador. So even in South America, there is a movement to go back to a conservative, traditional, God-centered, way of life. A lot of people are coming out for Israel, and there is a reaction happening over there. So I would say that, yes, I'm very hopeful. Like Aaron said before, there is hope. In America, I tell you the truth, is really the battleground. And unless we put everything we can, 100%, even blood, sweat, and tears if it's necessary, we're going to have another 40 years of hell. Eventually we'll survive, but it's better not to have to go through that. That's all. Thank you.
Hope springs eternal, right? Okay, now without further ado, we're going to invite back up Dr. Burgess. He's going to share with us the forces of division in today's America. And even if you get a little depressed, Dr. Kaufman will lift you back up again, so no worries.
Yeah, well, I'm glad to hear there's so much optimism in the room, but you haven't heard my second lecture yet. So, Carrie, I got the after lunch opportunity here. I think I drew the short straw, maybe. So, all right. Yeah, I need more cute animals. I definitely need more cute animals in my presentation.
The picture of Mark smiling was a great one. We love that one.
All right. This afternoon, I'm going to talk about what we're calling the woke revolution. That was a term that they embraced, but maybe are running away from now. But some of them would call it the social justice revolution. But it's the current state of affairs that we find ourselves in, right? And I'm going to point out, and I'm hoping tonight when you go to bed you see this slide in your dreams, that there are absolutely the similarities between what we're experiencing now and what happened in France and Russia and others, but I don't have the whole semester to teach it, right? But anyway, here's once again challenge or deny religion and religious truth, offer a secular version, remove the moral conflict from an internal struggle to an external one, right? Good and evil depends on which side of the battle you're on. Introduce a vision for a future utopia, and develop and promote the ideology, and then, get rid of those who stand in the way. All right, so the French Revolution, as we saw, offered a rationalist vision, and liberty, equality, fraternity was their highest ideals of Enlightenment thought. The Russian Revolution offered a materialist vision. The Bolsheviks called for peace, land, and bread. That was their slogan. And it represented the material well-being that they promised from the revolution. The highest, these were the highest ideals of materialist thought, right? So the woke revolution promises diversity, equity, and inclusion, right? So what's the philosophical basis for this vision? Well, after the Soviet Union collapsed, the race and gender theorists, primarily in America, but in the West, replaced the class-based critique of Marxism as the new cutting edge of radicalism. They replaced Marxism with a new philosophical basis, postmodernism. We're all, by these days, pretty well versed in Marxism, but this one most people really don't know if you weren't in the academic institutions. Okay, so this is kind of a joke. By the way, the slides I'm presenting are not my slides. I pulled them from people trying to teach about these things, right? But this is a little bit of a wag, right, who's saying truth. All truth is relative, except this statement, right? So that's a little bit of the conundrum of postmodernism. All right, let me explain what it is. First of all, it's post-atheistic. What do I mean by that? It rejects not only God, but truth itself. The rejection of truth is based on one of the pillars of postmodernism, deconstruction. And maybe you've heard this term, maybe you're unfamiliar with it, but deconstruction questions the very idea that there are like fixed meanings. Meaning is always deferred in their language, right? And really what it means is it's always relative. It's really a pure form of relativism, and that's the one thing I want you to take away from this talk about the postmodern philosophy. So without a stable sense of meaning, of course, there can be no truth. So this is a picture of Jacques Derrida. He's the author of Deconstruction. And basically, you know, according to our formula, as I say, it's post-atheistic. What does that mean? There's not only no God, there are no universal truths, meaning there's no religious truth, no philosophical truth. And this includes rationality in science itself. I'll get into that in a little bit. And that's why there's actually a bit of a, anyway, some disagreements on the left between those who are still clinging to the more Marxist view of things and the postmodernists. But that's why I say postmodernism isn't militantly atheist like Marxism is. It's like, right? It's indifferent to the question of God. It's indifferent to truth. In fact, Derrida, what he argues is that behind the search for truth is really a search for God, right? So without God, there can be no truth. So what does that mean? What is truth then? They argue that it's what they call, and again, you may have heard some of these terms, I don't know, but this is a common term. It's a meta-narrative. What does that mean? Right? That means it's a story we tell ourselves about meaning, or about the completion of some unrealized purpose, right? About the meaning or goal of life, or of history especially. And it rejects this notion as an outmoded concept. That's what they consider modernism to be, but they're postmodern, right? So if truth is a story, it's just a story we tell, then where does it originate? Well, what we understand as truths are just an expression or extension of power. That's the theory of Michel Foucault, the lovely gentleman here, who argues that knowledge is produced by the powerful, and it serves the purpose. Excuse me. It serves the purpose of maintaining their privilege and power. So Foucault refers to this. He uses the term power knowledge, right? Knowledge is always an expression of power. Here you see how he writes the term, right? There's no power without knowledge. There's no knowledge without power, right? So they're two sides of the same coin. What this approach does is it delegitimizes the Enlightenment and every other form of knowledge or truth, right? So we're going to see the implications of this soon. But I just want to point out, this is a graph, again, by one professor. So the older system before capitalism was feudalism, and the form of power is domination, and the struggle is usually ethnic or religious. It's a generalization, but a good one. In capitalism, of course, Marxism defines it as exploitation, and then the form of struggle is class struggle, and that's what the theory says, right? According to this postmodern view, the historical formation, he calls it modern, but it really should say postmodern, the form of power is subjection. And Foucault writes all these books about how asylums and prisons and hospitals and all these institutions were formed, right? And how they were formed to, for the state to control people, right? So the form of struggle, and again, this is going to come up again and again, is identity struggle, right? And also resistance. Okay, we'll talk more about that in just a minute. Okay. So I want you to notice there's a big difference here between the two theories of power between Foucault and Marx, right? For Marx, power is a negative thing which we can get rid of by the revolution, right? For Foucault, power is everywhere. It's in every relationship, right? But it's also creative, right? But it also always engenders some form of resistance. Where there is power, the last point, there is resistance. Resistance is never outside of power, right? So it's a different understanding of struggle, right? So in this sense, Foucault shares a relativist view with Derrida. He rejects the notion that history has any goal or purpose, right? And that also includes an explicit rejection of Marxism. I mean, Marx history had a goal, right? It had an end point. Right? But for Foucault, there's no end point. There's no goal. History is just a series of events. They may not be entirely random, but they're not leading any particular direction, right? And everything is relative, right? All opinions, beliefs, religions, and moralities are equally good, and I would add to this, or equally bad, right? All beliefs, truth statements, worldviews, and theories are equally true, or I would add equally false, right? That's Foucault's idea. So, as I said, power is in every relationship. There's no getting rid of it. And even in your family, right? In your local community, in your church, I mean everywhere. It's all about power. So, so it's not concentrated in two classes in the way it was in Marx. Right? And in fact, I would describe it as more of a grid. Okay, here's one professor's attempt to try to map out power in Foucault. Please take notes. There'll be a quiz later. Right? As you can see, it's everywhere. It's complex, right? It's dispersed throughout society, but not evenly divided. Some have more than others, right? Some have less. It can't be tamed or eliminated, as Marx had hoped. The only way to fight power of the privileged is either to resist it or to fight it with a counterpower. In any given relationship, there's a power imbalance, right? Which means that oppressor and oppressed, unlike Marx, it was confined to the working class and the capitalists, right? But in Foucault, it's everywhere, right? It exists in every relationship. So in the woke ideology, the original sin of oppression is multiplied and extended to other groups as well. And we'll see, in particular, it's picked up by race and gender theorists. Okay. So what does this mean? What is human nature? Okay, this is the philosophy. This is good and evil. But please understand, it's all relative, right, of course, right? But relatively speaking, what we've been describing is good and evil in postmodernism, right? And then what about human nature, right? What is human nature like? In postmodernism, human nature functions, it's part of the function of social conditions. Marx thought it was a function of class culture, right? That is, the mode of production determined what humans were going to be like. But postmodernism sees human nature as constructed by all social interactions. And they use this term. This is a very popular idea that's spread throughout the humanities and social sciences, that things are socially constructed, right? So that means that, there aren't any preconceived ideas, and we are basically what society tells us we are, So again, this is just an example of one instructor's attempt to try to map this out. For postmodernists, social construction means your identity is determined by your place in the power grid that I just described earlier. It is endlessly fluid depending on the forces acting on you. So there's nothing fixed. You're always constantly being reshaped and remade. It's what they mean when they say our identities are socially constructed. There's no stable or fixed you. You may have the mistaken impression that you have an identity, but you are really nothing more than what society tells you you are. All right? So, to say that race, for example, is socially constructed means that my identity is based on what? It's a social construct based on how people define themselves and others, on physical and social characteristics, right? It's because of the social meaning people have attached to it. It has less to do with my skin pigment and more to do with the place assigned to me within the power grid, right? That's, again, this is the postmodern philosophy. So what does that mean? It means you can be president of the United States and still be oppressed, right? I mean, this is the implication, right? And also, you know, the same applies to gender. It's used in gender ideology. Society imposes on me the definition of what it means to be a boy or girl, man or woman, and expects me to conform to it, right? So you can be a collegiate champion swimmer and still be oppressed, right? I call this the founding myth of postmodernism and the woke ideology. There's no truth. Everything is relative. All identity is socially constructed. It's mythic in the sense that it's the unquestioned first principle behind postmodernism. You're not allowed to question these assumptions. According to them, these are self-evident, right? These are axiomatic. I would strenuously disagree, but that is the philosophy, right? So these ideas are just merely asserted. They're the founding principles, but they are not yet an ideology by themselves, right? This is the point at which the philosophy, you know, this is the philosophical basis of it, but in order for there to be some revolutionary activity, there needs to be an ideology, and then finally a political agenda, right? So in terms of ideology, as with the French and revolutionaries and the Bolsheviks, it takes an ideology and a political program. And so beginning in the 1990s and the early 2000s, postmodern philosophy was adopted by the race and gender theorists. Before this, they had largely been Marxist in their critique of Western society, right? But, and in fact, the idea like critical race theory, it comes from something that was known as critical legal theory, and it was started by a Marxist legal scholar named Derek Bell. This is one of his students, Kimberly Crenshaw. We're going to meet her again in just a minute, but she's a key figure in the transition of critical race theory into a postmodern ideology. This is Judith Butler, who I studied with. Gender theorists, like critical race theorists, replaced the old class-based critiques of Marxism and adopted postmodern philosophy as the basis for their new revolutionary ideology. She was and is a key figure in gender theory and queer theory, and her book, Gender Trouble, was an early seminal work in this. So, as I mentioned before, postmodernism rejected truth. It included the Enlightenment idea of objective truth and science. There's a bit of a struggle. On the one hand, they're telling us about science, right? On the other hand, the postmodernists deny science, right? And we're going to see how that works in a minute. It's just another form of oppression. It's power knowledge, right? So the institutions that have power are the ones that make up the ideas, and they impose them on you. That's the theory, right? So, and they argue, the race and gender theorists argue, that objective truth and Enlightenment culture was oppressive to who? To what they define as marginalized groups. Right? We'll explain that. In the absence of objective truth, it is my experience that is the ground of woke ideology. The truth of their experience, of course, is that they feel oppressed, right? So that's because they say they experience oppression. And you can't tell people what their experience is, right? Right. So it's clever. So truth is then replaced with what? My truth, right? You've heard that, right? My truth, right? And so I feel oppressed, therefore I am. This is the cover of a recent book. I haven't had a chance to read it yet. But it's a woke subjectivism, right? The new truth. I feel, therefore I am, right? There's more to it, but I'll share a little bit. We're going to look at the elements, then, of the woke ideology. First is standpoint theory, right? This came originally from a few people, but Nancy Hartsock, who I also studied with, she was actually a Marxist in the beginning. But her ideas became adopted and transformed by the, postmodernists. Standpoint theory means that knowledge is based on your experience. It's based on what you feel, right? It's not based on some objective truth doesn't exist, right? So what's the basis of knowledge? It's your experience, which is where you are in the social grid, right? What does that mean? Actually, it's very important here. You've heard white supremacy, right? People talk about white supremacy. Some of us resemble that remark, right? This is a frequently used example. What does it mean? It means, Carl, if you're white, Carl, I can tell, right? You're not aware of your white supremacy. You can't be because you don't experience it. It's people who are not who experience your white supremacy, right? And frankly, there's no truth, there's no objective truth, there's no knowledge, there's no standard. So there's nothing, you can't argue against that, right? If you insist on objective knowledge, it's just another example of your white supremacy, right? These white supremacists, one of the characteristics is objectivity. They believe in objective truth, right? So, and they're defensive too, because if you call them on it, they might say, wait a minute, no, right? But that just means you're more of a white supremacist, right? When I was young, we used to call this stereotyping, right? And it was a bad thing back then. But now, and if you're white, you're too fragile to even have a conversation about your white supremacy, right? And let me explain what a conversation is. Right? It's not what you think. It's not like a discussion or debate with opposing views, right? That would be an example of white defensiveness, right? By conversation, it means we're going to tell you about your white supremacy, and if you resist it, well, it demonstrates your white supremacy. Right? So the beauty of standpoint theory is it allows you to attack the very identity of others based on my experience, which you can't deny, right? So it's been used to create a culture of accusation, right? Now, the second point of woke ideology is what I call mapping oppression. I hope this is big enough that you can see it. Here you have a line of domination, right? And then you have, at the top, for example, an able-bodied person is oppressive to a person with disabilities, right? You see the line that goes through, right? or a fertile person is oppressive to a person who's infertile, right? Now the whole Gentile, non-Jew versus Jew, I think that has to be removed these days, right? But, you know, because I don't know if we can allow Jews to be oppressed these days, right? The way things are going. But anyway, this is part of the sort of Foucauldian power grid, right? Oppression exists in every relationship. And frankly, you don't have to do anything just because you have European heritage. It means you're oppressive to non-European origin people, right? That's the theory. I'm not making this up, right? This is a map that was drawn by, again, a woke ideologist by the name of Catherine Polly Morgan. She's not with us anymore, but so, and how do you know you're oppressed? Well, you feel oppressed, right? Now, this is the theory of Kimberly Crenshaw. You remember what I had a picture of her, and it's intersectionality. How many of you have heard of intersectionality before? Most of you have definitely heard of this, right? And she says it's a lens through which you can see where power comes and collides, where it locks and intersects. It is the acknowledgement that everyone has their own unique experiences of discrimination and privilege. That's a quote. So again, the map I just previously showed you was a little too linear. This maps out sort of a grid, again in the Foucauldian manner, a grid of oppression, right? So you can be oppressed on any number of these at the same time, right? So intersectionality, what it literally means is that it's an intersection of oppressions, right? So it takes that linear concept and makes it three-dimensional. All right, well, what does that mean? Actually, before I get into it, this is what one WAG has come up with. It calls it the Oppression Olympics, right? If you're the most oppressed person, then you win the prize, right? So, actually, Kimberly doesn't like that, but as I've been told. But I will point out, actually, I'm going to talk about identity. This basically the linchpin of the woke ideology is identity politics. But there is still this ongoing struggle between the Marxists who are hanging on, hoping for the revolution to take down capitalism, and that's going to solve all our problems, and the other sort of woke ideologist who says, oh yeah, right, my revolution always has to wait for yours, right? So what is identity politics? It actually began in the 70s, had Marxist roots, as everything did back then, but it has morphed into the postmodern world, right? Postmoderns argued that equality of opportunity, which had been the previous goal, right, of civil rights and the sexual liberation movements and all the Marxist-inspired movements of the past, they only serve to support the dominant groups and their oppression, right? So postmodernism has infiltrated all of these different study areas, which are now departments on university campuses, right? And they have all become sort of proponents of the postmodern theory. So again, let me remind you, identity is socially constructed. It means that who I am is determined not by me, but by the social forces around me. But the woke ideologists argue we should embrace that identity and not resist it. For the purposes of political struggle, they consider it a source of empowerment. Right? My identity is my position in the social grid. It's the place from which I can resist, which is the term they're big on. It's who I am. So if I'm a gay Chicano, for example, my experience of that, of being that gay Chicano, is who I am. That sense of oppression is the source of my identity. but it's the basis of my resistance to the injustice of the system. It is the source of my power to fight systematic injustice. And we're going to see that's the notion that the injustice is systematic, it plays a huge role. So identity politics argues that they adopted the view, so the identity politics people now have adopted the view that political struggle now meant that society must affirm their marginalized and excluded identity. That's what has to be affirmed. You have to affirm that I, in my position, am marginalized and excluded. So when they say inclusion in DEI, right, diversity, inclusion, and equity, inclusion doesn't mean what you might think, like I have an Indian son-in-law. I have a Korean daughter-in-law, right? We're pretty inclusive, right? But that's not what they mean. It means that I'm marginalized and you did it. You did it. So accepting me in my marginalized state means accepting that you've done this to me. You are guilty of oppressing me. And it's really the new definition of good and evil to fit the oppression narrative. And it also, oppression is systematic. You're familiar with the 1619 Project. It argues that the point of America was slavery, right? It's built into the system. You can't, you can't extricate it from the system. So in a liberal worldview, society can be reformed. In a Marxist worldview, it could be rebuilt after a revolutionary transformation. But in the postmodern worldview, society is created on the basis of discrimination. Created on the basis of discrimination. It's built into the system. It is the system. So what do? You have to get rid of the system in order to get rid of the oppression, right? But this is the thing. They're not quite utopian, because even if you do, there's no utopian outcome. It's just more endless struggle, right, against oppression, because it's in every relationship, because they've adopted the Foucauldian model. You often hear that CRT is just teaching the history of racism in America. And are you, John, against the teaching of racism in America? How could you be against that, right? You can't. Well, what's being taught isn't history, it's ideology, right? The ideology of identity politics is that if you're a minority, the system is rigged against you. You cannot succeed. The goal has to be the destruction of this kind of evil system, right? Racism is entrenched in the fabric of society. If it's in the fabric, what do? Right? So, and again, this is another, this is the director of education and community engagement at a college, right? Reality is that racism has been woven into the social fabric, right? This is what's, being repeated. So the idea of social justice then means what? It means it requires equity. Equity really sounds very positive and fair, right? But when the ideology says that you're oppressed, you cannot succeed and the system is rigged against you, what does equity really mean? Well, again, this is another slide that a professor uses to show the difference between the Marxist approach and the new postmodern approach, right? So, and I want to put for your attention, so again, it's based on material, we've discussed that, and it's rooted in modernism, and the goal is equality, right? In the postmodern system, the goal is what? It's difference, right? That's pretty important, actually. That's a fundamental shift. It means, you might think inclusion means everybody's at the table, right? That's not what it means. It means you have to accept that you have oppressed me, and my position is to exert that difference, right? It's antagonistic at its core. So, like critical race theory, gender theory has been used to be based on Marxist principles, but it's transitioned to postmodern approaches. While equality used to be the goal, it's now difference, right? So if you wonder why transgenderism suddenly become such a hot-button issue, it's because it represents the ultimate attack on identity and on biology, frankly, on science, and it's the furthest links you can go, currently anyway, to attempt to create your own identity, right? We used to say, stick it to the man, right? The ideologists see it as the tip of the spear in the fight against what they consider to be gender oppression, right? So, of course, it's based on this notion that it's fluid, right? Gender is fluid. All right. Who here works in the schools? Anybody? Have you guys seen this? If you're in the schools, you've seen it. If you're not, you need to know. This is what they're teaching your sons and daughters. Right? The genderbread person. The genderbread person, right? And so gender is now a sliding scale. People are encouraged to identify as gender fluid as part of creating your own identity, right? So anyway, you need to take it in, right?
By the way, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but in learning this as a teacher, it makes your head spin.
Yeah.
You go through 3 or 4 pages, you identify as, and you act as,
yeah.
and it goes like 3 or 4 different directions at once, and you have to respect each one of the things.
That's right. No, that's right. So,
oh dear.
The ideology always goes to the most extreme point, doesn't it? Right? And currently that's transgenderism. But the thing is, my self-identification has real world consequences, right? And it absolutely impacts others. And I won't show pictures, but this is what we mean by gender-affirming kids, right? These are mutilations, let's be honest. Mutilations of the human body in order to create my own unique identity. And it's a mutilation of the body, but more fundamentally, it's a mutilation of the human self, right? So it's the gender identity, the theory is the clearest attack on science and objective truth, right? It asserts, as postmodernism does with everything, that gender is socially constructed. What does that mean? Well, biology then is essentialist, right? I love that word, essentialist. It means that you might think biology is scientifically true, right? But what they're saying is, no, what I decide, it's my experience, right? Your biology doesn't trump my experience. Right? And furthermore, the philosophical basis of it is that science is a product of the oppression of the Enlightenment. Right? So it should not stand in the way of me expressing my own lived experience. Right? I'm trying to throw as many buzzwords in here as I can, but you guys have all heard them, or if you haven't, you will. Now, queer theory is maybe even the cutting edge of gender theory. It is, at its core, deconstructive. It's meant to be subversive. It's offered as subversive, to break down all boundaries, all distinctions. Even those that were previously untouchable theories, such as the biological innateness of homosexuality. Remember, for years, that was the argument. gays can't change because it's biologically wired, right? It's innate. But queer theorists say no, it's all a choice, it's all a performance, it's all a part of me expressing my identity, right? So there's, these are points of contention even within the theory here. So queer theory is anything but mainstream. In fact, it's an attack on everything mainstream, right? And by the way, from their definition, you don't have to be queer, meaning gay or whatever, to support queer theory, right? And vice versa. Many gay people do not endorse this. So queer theory may be the pinnacle of woke ideology. It rejects all meaning, all truth. What is a woman? Undefinable. What is race? There's no fixed categories. Right? It's an attack on the core of human identity. Actually, even the Pope came out with a statement last month, right? Calling it a grave threat to human dignity. So these are the elements of the woke ideology. What about the agenda? Well, the stated agenda, right, is diversity, equity, and inclusion. I've already discussed what inclusion means, right? It doesn't mean that we all come together in some sort of big salad bowl, right? But it means that, you've marginalized me and now you have to accept me in that marginalized state. And diversity means including as many of these different identities as possible, right? But what is equity all about? That's the one that really, we hear the most about, right? It's quite literally about redistributing power. This is an example, again, if you're in the schools, you must have seen this, but even if you haven't, this is how it's often portrayed, right? So the tall guy didn't need the box, and the little guy needed two. So it's only a matter of fairness. We take from people who have and give it to people who don't have. What could be more fair, right? And of course, this implies the boxes are just there. They're just lying around. But this, son of a buck over here is hoarding, his box and not giving it to the one who really needs it. Right? I'd simply like to point out, we've tried this before, right? The revolutionary government in France seized the assets of the church in the name of fairness, right? Where did that end? The Bolsheviks seized the land and the wealth of the Russian nobility, and the class enemies were all eliminated in the name of social justice, right? Where did that end? So, again, the agenda, the woke agenda, it's, you've heard in Marxism they talk about the long march through the institutions. Well, the same thing is happening with postmodern approaches. So it began, of course, in higher education, academic institutions. Actually, Frank and I were both in school back, 30 years ago, and they're always looking for a new methodology, right? And especially after Marxism. So, this made an absolute march through the departments, I can tell you that. In fact, I shared once with Frank, in 91, the Soviet Union collapsed. In 1991, if you walk through the bookstore at my university, every sociology, political science, humanities, literature, education course, they all had, books on Marxism. In 1992, they were all gone. Right? They disappeared. Right? But in their place were these new postmodern philosophers. Right? So DEI has made this march from, it first started in the academy, and then it filtered down through the education departments into the K through 12. And of course, in corporate America, it's embedded in the HR departments. Right? If you work in business, you've encountered this, right? So, It's also the S in ESG, right? It's the social aspect of the ESG agenda, right? And finally, it's embedded in a lot of government programs as well. So it's everywhere at this point, right? So currently, the woke agenda operates on the basis of cancel culture, right? And you can see, now again, this is from a critic of cancel culture, the difference that they believe is in liberal culture versus cancel culture. But let me talk about cancel culture, right? Because what it does is it allows woke ideologists to attack the enemies of their revolution, but in the contemporary democratic culture, right? They don't have the political tools for a literal reign of terror, right? So instead, they're chopping off the heads of the cat in the hat and poor Mr. Ed, right? And we're going to need a bigger basket, right? So again, cancel culture is attacking and canceling things that don't fit with their narrative or their agenda. For now, this is what their reign of terror looks like. For now. And of course, here's one of the faces of systematic oppression, right? Now, she doesn't really believe that men should take the place of women, right? And so for that, she must be canceled. And look, you can agree with her or disagree with her. That's really not the point, because the point is that no disagreement with the woke agenda is permitted, right? And for her sense, they have tried to cancel her. Fortunately for her, she has more money than God at this point, so they're not having much luck, right? Not all of us are in that position, right? But the point is, cancel culture doesn't simply mean boycotting. Boycotting is a strategy that you use to try to influence change, right? It's not boycotting. It's denying her voice, delegitimizing any point of view which doesn't embrace the woke ideology. When debate, discussion, and dialogue are considered tools of oppression, it leads to dehumanizing people, turning them into enemies, right? And we've seen that movie before, right? The rationalists and the materialists tried to remake countries based on reason and Marxism. Those who did not accept the new utopia were first dehumanized and then eliminated. The results were catastrophic, dystopian nightmares, of course. So cancel culture is the first step in dehumanizing opponents of the current secularist revolution. In the name of progress, it is an attack on the very core of American values and American success. And I would simply point out, it was 70 years between the publication of the Communist Manifesto and the Bolshevik Revolution, right? 1848 was the publication of the Communist Manifesto. This quote from Mr. Zinoviev that I shared earlier is from 1918. So there was 70 years of dehumanization of the bourgeoisie, of the capitalist, that laid the groundwork for their elimination, right, and for this kind of attitude. So I leave you with this. Actually, I too have great faith in the genius of the American people and the American experiment. Liberals and conservatives have both made great contributions to making a more perfect union. But what the woke ideology is offering, the dismantling of a system of oppression, offers nothing more than division and strife, not a more perfect union. It will lead no place good. All right, thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, David. Thank you very much. We'd like to invite Dr. Kaufman up again now for our final presentation. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, we have a get well card for Lynn Taylor. And if you just all sign it, and we're going to mail it to her afterwards. But if you could all, pardon me?
I can take it.
Oh, you can take it. Okay, good. You can send this around and just sign your name, and then we'll get it to Lynn. Okay? Thank you. And And with that, let's invite, okay. We're going to do Q&A afterwards. We'll have Q&A with both Dr. Burgess and Dr. Kaufman afterwards, yeah. So without further ado, let's invite up Dr. Kaufman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Thank you, everyone, for hanging in there post-lunch for quite a dense collection of information, and not a kind of arousing John Philip Sousa. One of the real important things is to see the nature of the ideology that we're up against. I think we may not have encountered that before listening to what David has just described. We've heard the words, we've seen the parts, we've heard the terms, the critics use them in their criticism of it, but a systematic presentation of what woke ideology and cancel culture is essentially is quite daunting or quite haunting. So I've done my best to try to put together a counter-proposal to that. I've shown that although the French rationalist Enlightenment was very sophisticated, philosophically, it had towering intellectual figures that were defining of Western civilization and culture, led to horrors. There was a path higher, stronger, and better than that. Same with Marxism. Marxism was very sophisticated philosophy and analysis of contemporary human affairs. That was beat also. So when I listened to David on this one, it's extremely unsettling because it's like having the rug pulled out from under you. When trying to say otherwise is proof of your guilt or proof of your criminality, it seems like checkmate. It feels like checkmate. And I think he does a very good job to indicate, and this is happening all around us, but we don't swim in. These aren't the circles in which we talk. But all of these progressive left thinkers and speakers and college administrators, this is their whole lives. This is their friends. These are their cocktail parties. They're not trying to think like that. The world is like that for them. And so it's kind of half the country. Admittedly, a big part of that half are sheep that are just mean well. They're not as sophisticated as what David just presented. But they are led by that, and they go to school, and they want to be the best in the class, and they want the teacher to like them, and they want their papers to be cool, and they want their fellow students to be cool. So they're doing their best to have what he just described as a worldview. And so it's very difficult. And so I want to spend my time as for the closing lecture to see if there are resources that can similarly turn back an ideology even as profoundly undoing as what David has just described. So I've entitled this presentation, The End of Woke Culture and a New American Future. Okay, woke ideology has embedded itself in every part of human life and culture. This so much resembles the long march through the institutions because it is in every institution. It's in the media. It's in the elected political life. It's in educational life. It's in K through 12, pre-K. It is everywhere, and because it matches the intention of the cultural Marxists of the Frankfurt School, people have heard of that, recognize that. They think of cultural Marxism. Everybody's heard the phrase, the long march through the institutions. And because that surrounds us everywhere, we feel like, aha, that's the Frankfurt School. Because Dutschke, this is Gramsci, but Dutschke was a German thinker that came up with that phrase, the long march through the institutions, because we see the assault embedded everywhere, the best used phrase is American Marxism or cultural Marxism or the Frankfurt School. As David pointed out, in the 90s, that died. It died. And the sophistication or the thoroughness of replacing it with a power grid out of which there is no escape. It's like Kafka. It's really, it actually makes Kafka look like William F. Buckley. It's thorough. And so this long march is, people mistakenly attribute it to the Frankfurt School. It is not Marxism anymore. It's a mistake, although the woke ideology looks foolish a lot of the time. Voila. It looks foolish most of the time, but it's far more virulent and invasive than its rationalist and materialist predecessors. Insisting on calling it American Marxism is a way to lose our country fast. And I think we're convinced of that now, after having sat through what David presented. Calling cancel culture, woke ideology, DEI, ESG, SEL, calling that Marxism to me is no different than calling what an F-35 Lightning II is no different from a World War II P-51 Mustang. They're both planes, they both fly, they were both built for the same reason, but it would be a mistake to go to war without knowing the difference. And that's part of why we do what we're doing today. So far we've seen a binary, the twin rails of choice in response to excessive injustice. One rail removes God and faith, one rail renews God and faith. This is the options, revolution, reformation. You have the one that removes God and faith, you have the one that affirms God and faith. Reformation and awakening eventually blossomed into the birth of this country, into the birth of the United States of America, and into the eventual spread of freedom worldwide. Countries all over the world emulated the American democratic experiment, and that became the ideal of life in the world. This was from the simple decision of reformation over revolution. As a result, as I pointed out, the result of that decision resulted in 2 or 3 centuries of the radical increase of human equality, gender equality, racial equality. It produces the result which everybody likes to see. Faith in free societies eventually collapsed, international collapsed, both in theory and politically. The new attack from the progressive left is now more complete and more serious than earlier revolutions. What is now removed is not God, and as we've heard, but rather meaning, order, even language itself. These have been removed. David has accurately referred to it as post-atheist. Total race and gender hatred and confusion is now everywhere all the time. Meet Miss America. Here's Miss America. Born male. The progressive left is not against the rich, it is against thinking and speaking. It forbids dissent, as David indicated. It removes your right as an individual, it removes your rights, your constitutional rights, but it removes your God-given status as even being able to declare what you see with your own eyes. It removes you. The current conservative habit of, I've already mentioned that. So there's that mostly peaceful riot. The progressive left the progressive left follows a long-range, carefully crafted strategy that removes the possibility of justice or honor in this country. It does nothing, it offers nothing to improve human life. It is perfect only at destroying. The only thing it does is divide, deny, undo, break things, and disallow speech. That is the nature of the progressive left. As I said in my earlier lecture, pointing out its hypocrisy is a loss of time, is a waste of time. We need the same systematic pursuit strategically as the left. I don't know if we're ever going to pick up that habit. It's not something we tend to do. The purchase of the judicial system and the suffering that we're going through now by having DAs and judges all over America undo our country is the fruits of systematic and serious pursuit. Censorship. Pure wokeism began in a tiny house of mirrors created by language philosophers. It created pure relativism, no shared basis of being, no shared basis of speaking. It creates perfect isolation and alienation. That's what happens to people. Not only does it philosophically undo our capacity for identity, but by removing the ground by which any social engagement is legitimately possible, its outcome is a generation of people thoroughly isolated, thoroughly alone, unprotected. The vulnerability, like if you look at the charts, you see like up until like 1980, lesbianism in America, like 0.5%, 1%, 0.5%, 1%. And then suddenly with the woke revolution, 28%, 33%, the individual is unprotected. It is isolated. And part of the isolation is removing the ground by which even a possible common space of conversation is possible. As we heard from David, utter and thoroughgoing relativism and no origin point of identity, isolation and alienation. How did this obscure philosophy become such a menacing power? How did this small, self-absorbed little club of language philosophers survive? Just as David explained, when the Soviet Union failed, Marxist race and gender theorists, critical theory arose, and it was a match made in, the phrase is heaven, match made in hell. It was a match made in hell because the race and gender hustle is based on permanent victimhood. That needed, now what we have is racism and gender oppression everywhere all the time. Daily life in the country is haunted by this. Every person around you is an oppressor. It originated in the Foucault power grid or social determination of who and what we are. In short, postmodern critical theory rose from the grave and became the prevailing ideology of division, leading the charge to destroy America with such surgical precision that it makes Marxism look small. By bringing the war of violence and vengeance into race and gender, these new fans of critical theory were able to do what Marx could not. It's not oppression from corrupt clerics. It's not oppression from monarchs or capitalists or bourgeoisie. It's oppression from everyone, everywhere, all the time. And who decides? Again, as David points out, my feelings decide. No basis of rational explanation is needed. In fact, rational discourse itself, again from David, rational discourse itself is a form of racism. It's a form of oppression. So, where do the binary options that I've introduced as an antidote, as something that helped us out of the two prior secular systems, worked before the American Revolution succeeded where the French Revolution didn't? The American century of equality and human rights grew while Marxism killed. Where do those same options appear today in something as thorough and depressing and undoing as the radical relativism that David just described? Where does it fit in with these new and perfected forms of anti-human and anti-America agents? The first rejection of God, French Enlightenment, dealt with our inner life, our faith in God, so that our religious belief. The second rejection of God happened in our physical life. French Revolution, Rationalist Revolution, Russian Revolution, Marxist materialist revolution. First was from, this is the worship of reason, first from our inner life, next from our outer life. The bitter invasion of woke ideology is attack on our whole being. That's why David concluded his comments with the focus on identity. Your identity. Do you identify with how you think, how you believe, how you understand, how you interpret the world? Do we identify with that? Is that part of who I am? It absolutely is. Do you identify with your physical body? Is that part of who you are? It absolutely is. So the woke ideology movement starts like the French Revolution just dealt with the inner life. The Marxist Revolution dealt with the physical life. The woke revolution deals with the whole of ourselves, mind and body, so that neither has a ground of origin point, a ground of anchor, a ground of system in which the world makes sense. Neither the world of belief, of thought, of rational life, of common discourse, of language makes sense, nor the belief even of my physical body, that I'm male. Even that's not available. So the attack on identity is complete in the woke revolution. That's why identity politics is the carrier of this insidious thought system. We are no longer exterminated for what we've done. We are to be exterminated for how we were born. Our identity is evil. Born male, born heterosexual. Denying your crime is proof of your guilt. The French and Russian revolutions were directed at political systems. The woke revolution focuses on the destruction of culture and human relations. Because if you remove language, if you remove meaning from language, human relations are not even possible. The woke revolution is not aimed at systems, it's aimed at you individually, you personally. It's not aimed at something you've done, that you're a greedy aristocrat or a bourgeoisie or a corrupt priest or something like that. Just your birth. The source of evil in this world is your existence, your identity, not what you've done. This is what we're facing today. And so the question is, are there any of the earlier options that I was describing available in response to something as complete and totally relativizing and totally dehumanizing and complete in its opposition to our being? Not anything we've done. Is there something available? Either there is a creator, and a God and faith, or it has to be replaced by something lesser. It's that simple. It's that simple. Either there is a creator, or you must develop an entire view of the world that's based on something less than that. What is the source and origin of our identity? Is our identity our color? In David's case, in Carl's case, yes. In my case, no, I'm only kidding. Is it based on your culture? Is it based on the activities of your ancestors? Is it based on your opinions, your station in life, or where you live? Is that the source of your identity? No, these are called secondary characteristics of identity. These are called secondary characteristics. The antidote is just as it's always been, and it's enshrined in our nation's founding. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. Our identity, oh, thank you. Our identity comes from the fact, the simple statement that I am created. Oh, you want to know something else about me? I'm created equal. That you're equal to me. You're equal to me. That's something I know about myself. Unalienable. These are elements. These are my identity. I come from somewhere. I have an origin. It isn't socially constructed. So the first step in responding to the radical relativization that David depressed us with for over an hour just a second ago, is that I come from somewhere. I start from somewhere. Love comes to me. The nature of why I exist is not defined by power relations. It's defined by love and origins. So at a certain, even when you have a system as thorough in assaulting the whole of you, nevertheless, the first step in the antidote is simply declaring that my identity is defined, and you don't even have to be religious. My identity is defined by the fact that I am a creature. Deny that, please. Please tell me that, well, some of these trans people, you can say they created themselves from various parts or whatever, but, But anyway, so identity starts with the declaration of the founders, and this is an important thing to adhere to with all of our heart. It's the first line of defense, because people are trying to put things on you to say who you are, and you have to be able to say that is not who I am. And they say, oh well, who are you? Well, the first thing I am is created. Everybody must agree to that. And then I'll tell you what it means to be created. Equal. That's the next thing. And so forth. Okay? So that's an important first step. Identity is given to God by each person. The primary characteristics of our identity is that we are equal, we're free, we have rights, our value is infinite, universal, and common to every person. That comes from the fact of our creation. Affirming a creator makes you a champion of equality and human rights. Period. The only way you can be a champion of equality is to find something that is common to every single human being equally. And that is what's available for that. Otherwise, you're going to have shades of gray and shades of white and shades of, not blue, but maybe somebody's making themselves blue these days. I don't know, but do you understand what I'm saying? To be a champion of equal rights and human rights requires nothing other than to affirm the simple, logical common sense of being created. Identity politics, on the other hand, pits every person against every other person, returning us to Hobbes's Leviathan, which he described as a war of all against all, and he described as we heard earlier today, solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. And do you know what is the solution to that? Do you know what Hobbes's solution to that was? The establishment of a central government. Sound familiar? Okay. This is why our time feels so intense and so heavy. Divisiveness is everywhere and constant, even in our preschools. We see how much worse and thorough wokeism is than earlier, simpler ideologies like Marxism. Under Marxism, the people who needed to be exterminated were the bourgeoisie and the capitalist class. A tiny number of people. That's who are the enemies of people, and they needed to be exterminated. How many, just in 70 years, they killed over 100 million people, having identified only a tiny group of people that needed to be exterminated. What is going to happen when the enemy is not a small class of people? It's everybody, everywhere, all the time, everywhere, by birth. This is the danger we're facing today. Now attacking human identity has resulted in horrifying forms of self-hatred, people carving themselves up into little inoperative pieces, trying to deny and destroy their birth identity. Identity is the problem now. As David pointed out, transsexual medical experimentation on human beings and children is the ultimate conquest of woke ideology. So what can be done? Here's what I want. Since I've said that the binary is always this, God or not God, faith or not faith, when there's a problem, do you destroy it, do you fix it? And throughout the day I've been pointing to the American roots. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and with certain unalienable rights. Is what exists in American roots sufficient to meet something as thorough and corrosive and divisive as what David described? In certain ways, yes. Created equal, endowed by our Creator. This is, as I just said in a few slides, this is the first step that all must take. All must take. And we have great champions like Carrie who spoke, and the gentleman, Dr. Dean. We have champions who are fighting wars for the sake of our good. All we want to do is give this small little part to just augment and enhance and put us on common footing so that we are all one in our first knowledge of our marching orders. Where do I come from? What's my identity? That makes me invulnerable to the onslaught of the radical relativism of the woke ideologists that David burdened us with. Okay, so this is good. It's good, but is it enough? This is what I want to look at, and this is what the young lady in the back brought up earlier in the day, and I gave that aggravating response. We'll get to that. The ideology, so is it enough? That's the question, and that's what I want to look at as we close. The ideology working against us is more pernicious and more diabolical than anything we've ever faced. I think that David made that clear, right? Didn't it feel checkmate? Didn't it feel checkmate? Okay, that's a big thing we have to face. Secondly, national sovereignty is harder to declare as a simple matter of a posture. We must, but it's in the face of global interdependence. There's a new global political reality in which we must affirm national sovereignty when it's far more difficult to do so, because global interdependence makes it very hard, very subtle, very difficult, very challenging to create those boundaries when every hiccup is an attack on the market, a supply chain, or your medicine, your arthritis medicine out of Beijing, or it's a more difficult, more complex reality we face. Privacy and personal sovereignty in the face of both state and private behemoth of total surveillance and control. Our privacy is constitutionally guaranteed. Our sovereignty, the consent of the governed, as Carrie described earlier, it's constitutionally guaranteed, but we live in an almost irreversible behemoth of state and corporate collusion into total surveillance. I don't think there's anybody in the room who does not feel surveilled. You put VPN on your phone, and okay, it'll block out 0.01% of Google's knowing everything about, whether you scratched your ear a minute ago, but it also prevents you from calling your mom because you got your VPN. I mean, there's no way around it. And this is also a challenge to our capacity to stand for our rights as citizens. And here's the question that was raised in the back. AI, social media, transhuman medical technology is another, it's a technological, it's a material assault on our identity. Not only the philosophical assault that David described, but it's a view of being human that regards matter or technological, like implanting chips and things like that, or enhancement of intelligence and things like that. AI was raised as superior to human beings. It's not. It's not. But what part of being human do we stand in to guarantee our resistance to? It's like Marxism on steroids. It's like matter on steroids. It's this idea of science and technology answering everything rather than the virtues needed that come from the affirmation of the divine. All right. So, what is sufficient in our foundation? The affirmation that God is the source of my identity and purpose, and the purpose of my nation. National sovereignty, privacy, property, personal sovereignty, and our identity must stand against. Those are already in our founding documents. The work of the framers, the work of the Constitution, work of the Declaration, they're there already. That's sufficient. It's necessary. We have to ground ourselves in that. What might be insufficient in America's founding, in America's framing documents, in this affirmation? Is there anything that needs to be augmented, added, that's not sufficient yet? One of the things I want to point out is that America was able to stop the Christians from killing each other. The Christians in Europe killed each other for 30 straight years to such a degree, the 30 Years' War, that do you know why the 30 Years' War ended? The 30 Years' War was between Catholics in the South, the Southern Romance language Mediterranean Europeans, and the Protestant North. Do you know why that war finally ended? No more people to kill. No more people to kill. Catholics and Protestants. They were exhausted. They wiped out a huge percentage of the male conscriptable population. There was nothing left to war on. These were Christians. And in America, the American ideal was able to bring harmony to religious believers and create a oneness as the foundation of our country. The greatest miracle of American development was the ideal of religious liberty, the ideal of freedom of worship that stopped narrow parochial people who was willing to, religious people, believers in God, from thinking it's all right to kill somebody who believes differently. America became greater than that and harmonized what Europe could not do. That was the American Revolution. That's what brought the colonies together. That's why they originally were colonies. They were separated. They would not have been able to form our country if they hadn't overcome their separation and their differences. It was the unity of Americans across political, religious division that allowed the country to become the United States. The United States. And so this was the founding of America. But in the interim, since the wars of independence, we've had 200 or 300 years in which now it's no longer Christians coming into America. It's hundreds of years of every single religious person, every single culture, the whole world is in America right now. And what is needed now is for America to do that one more time. They did it among Christians who in Europe had killed each other to extinction, almost extinction. Now we have to recognize our allies in every faith tradition. Do African traditionalists, do they have good respect for their ancestors and their elders? Yes, African traditionalists. Some people might think that's a low form of religion. I don't care. Be as low form as you like. Do you love your mom and dad? Good enough for me right now. Good enough for me right now. Because if you love your mom and dad, you're inside of a family. And if you're inside of a family, you're not isolated and alienated. And you don't have some sick New York language held in my mouth. I did it, you know. Telling my child that they're confused and that they should see the therapist and see the counselor and take these puberty blockers. They're not isolated. They come home to their mom and dad. And so I don't care what your religion says. I don't know if you're saved and washed in the blood. For a moment, I don't care. I just want to know. Do you have faith in an Almighty of some sort or another? Does your faith tell you to be conscientious, to be hardworking, to be forgiving, to be serving, to respect your parents? If so, it's enough for me. This is what I'd like to say: a new American war of liberation. The same thing we did to found our country once. We need to do it again to found our country again. We need every ally in every tradition. And all religions have their wrong sides. George, during lunch, was talking about the jihadi. Make a distinction there. And of course, the bad parts of religions bleed out into the common believers. These are problems we have to face. But we have to, if division, if separation, if alienation is what's causing us the problem, we have to not do it, not do that. Okay, is that all right? That's all right? So what's needed, it's nothing new, it's nothing different, it's something greater, it's something broader, it's something better. It's doing it again. It's not easy, but we have no choice now. Okay. The second thing that I'd like to say is one additional more thing, is that the affirmation of human freedom that is declared by our founders and framers. All men are created equal. We have freedoms guaranteed in the Constitution. It's individual freedom. It happened in an era and a culture of religious culture, of family culture. America was able to survive with the guarantee of individual freedom during the period of time when the responsibilities which come with individual freedom were protected by family and by church. Both of those were eroded. With the scientific challenge, religion was made marginal, and the family was left exposed. Religions, in the middle of the 20th century, religions failed to protect the nuclear family. It became relativized on family and left it exposed. And by the time the woke revolution has, the family gets broken down, and now the individual is exposed. So that's how it went. And so individual freedom guaranteed by our framers and founders. Why? It says we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and our freedoms are certain inalienable rights, including the right to speech, right to assembly, right to freedom of religion, so forth. Why is it that God created human beings free?
Love.
Why?
Love.
Explain. Okay, I'll explain.
Love is freedom.
You can't love unless you're free.
Yes.
You can do lots of great things, but in order to love, you have to be able to choose not to. If you like me and you have no choice, what do I know? What do I really know? Or you're afraid of getting fired. I don't know if you love me or not. Okay, so individual freedom is given so that human beings have the capacity to love and to feel love and to be loved. Without freedom, this is not possible. Love produces, what happens, what does love do? It ends up in families. Love ends up in families. There's some cute little girl in your math class. It ends up with a wife and kids. You know, it's love happens and produces families. So the individual freedom is meant to manifest constantly and consistently in each natural outcome of what it does. This is what it does. So what the founders and framers identified as freedom, as our God-given rights, what they identified was our identity and our purpose. We're trapped in that purpose. We're trapped in that purpose. We want to love. We want to feel love that will end up in a family. The fact that we exist at all, it comes from family. And so that freedom naturally produces families. It's this that should produce a country. Not individuals inventing a political system. It's what love does. What love does produces a nation. When you get bigger, then you have to start building guidelines. You have to start building political systems. And ours is the best political system ever developed. But it isn't developed because individuals are free. It's developed because free individuals produce populations, produce societies, produce cultures. That's what happens. So when we founded America, when America was founded, radical individual freedom was protected by communities, church, families, and so that my identity had a home, had a buffer, had protection. Now that protection has been stripped away. The individual is vulnerable, is exposed, and we've seen what happens. There's no protection for individuals. So what the second thing I'd say that is needed in addition to, as part of a new American revolution, a new American founding, a second founding, is that which had provided the non-abuse of human freedom. Like when we founded America, citizens were declared free. We're free, right? We're not governed by anybody except by who we grant consent to be governed by. We're absolutely free. Why didn't they just have a sudden explosion of transgender people? Just the moment I'm free, I can do it anything I want. The phrase that every conscientious person talks about is there's no freedom without responsibility. There's no freedom. That's a fact. It's true, but it's just an utterance. It's just an aphorism or a slogan. There's no freedom without responsibility. How do we add responsibility into a society in which the individual is utterly isolated, and that religion has already been emaciated by the rise of science? Like someone said, who needs God when you got Google? You ever hear that one? I mean, it's a horrible saying, but family automatically produces, parents are completely free. if you have kids, there's responsibility there. They don't remove your freedom, but they fulfill it, they match it, they complete it. All parts of the family, always add the completion of what a radically free individual is like. I'm free. I can do anything I want. I can. I'm an American. I can do anything I want. There's my wife sitting right there, Hiroko. It's not that, it's because she's sitting right there, it doesn't mean I can't do anything I want. I still can do anything I want. I won't. I wouldn't. It's not a burden, it's not a constraint. It's what the nature of freedom is. And in the family, freedom is its true and accurate thing. And so this is the second additional Americanism that we're hoping to kind of introduce with settlement. One is we have to be able to do what we did once before. You know, like the Blues Brothers, putting the band back together. This time I'm going to even be friends not only with the Catholics, for God's sake, you know, but on top of that, with a Hindu. Imagine that. That's crazy. One more time, and better. And then the second thing is, I'm not just declaring stuck here. I'll just work it off of here. Thanks. Okay. I'm not just affirming the freedom, my God-given freedom, born free, to do whatever I want. I'm identifying why. Why? Why are you born free? I don't think anybody disagrees with that. Yeah, that's right. You're born free to love, right? You're not born free to means you can go on a cruise or something like that. You can go on a cruise even if you weren't born free, but you can't love if you're not born free. And so the second little additional thing for an America a second time, an America that beats that. And that's a tough-looking opponent right there. I mean, you're watching the videos, the tapes of their last 3 fights. You're feeling bad about getting into the ring, honestly speaking. But one more time, religious breadth, religious acceptance, non-divisiveness, and plus not only just I'm free. That's fine when you have a religious culture and a family culture. Why? Love. But that's not the punchline of this conference. The punchline of this conference is that love makes families, and families make nations. Families make nations. They just do. Thank goodness that this is what happens in families. And so the assault on the family was not particularly done by the woke people. That had already been accomplished. They arrived at a bunch of people that are unprotected by their moms and dads. Their moms and dads, these households are a mess. These kids are downstairs playing video games for days on end. The parents don't even know if they're home or not home. And then they go out, then they end up shooting up schools and things like that. It's too hard to rebuild. It's too hard to rebuild religion in an age of science and technology. The faithful are the faithful. No. That comes through the family. It comes through the family. And the family already provides the safety mechanism so that individual freedom does not falsely mean free to do whatever I want. This is natural. This is automatic. It's what love does. We just have to affirm this, and then the design. Then the design happens on its own. So to conclude, then, an America one more time, bigger, broader. That love which we pulled off in 1776 to get the colonies together, to get the Christians who had killed each other to death for decades on end, we did it. We made a union. We can make a greater union. And the second thing is not only my identity as free, but my purpose as free. My purpose as free. And once we know this system, then I already have the model. So there's Ben, he's like my brother, or David's like my brother, or Marx is like my brother. I know what that's like. I know what the kind of responsibility goes with having a brother. It's not a burden, it's natural life. And then the individuals are protected. It's like, how about some big elder brother, instead of like these poor moms at school boards, how about some big elder brother kind of marching into some grade school? Say, you're doing this to my little sister? Something like that, I mean, I think a reprotective cover around the individuals to protect them from their isolation and their alienation is what has to be added into the American self-description, self-identification, the patriots, the warriors, the people who are fighting the fights. If we can add these couple of little insights into what we're doing and recognize allies everywhere in the country and everywhere in the world that have these values, I think we have a chance. So that's the conclusion of my lecture in response as a counter-proposal to the World Trade.
Before anything else, Aaron, can you wait 1 second so we can do a group shot, or we just want to do a quick group shot? If we, you got to go. Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's gonna.
Okay, got it. Don't worry. Okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you. Okay, we would want to do a Q&A session, but we also like to get a group photo together before anyone else leaves if we can. So,
Carl, we're all in touch.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Please stay in touch. Please help this work. Tell us how we can help you. Let's build everything we can. We have no time and no chance to win this without giving our all. Let's get a picture, and people need to rush off.
Yeah, sure. And then you can follow up with questions to Mark, Frank, and Dave online and so forth. Yeah. So why don't we maybe up in front here? Yeah. If everybody can come up in the front here. Let's go put some chairs up for the ladies.